Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to ask Director Sanders if he can come up and just talk a little bit about your amazing group, please. Right here. Thank you. They'll turn on the mic for you.
Oh, I feel so official. Hi, my name is Ronnie Sanders. I am currently the director of the Steel Drums Ensemble at Tucson High School, called Jover, and these are mostly seniors. So we play cover tunes of popular songs. We play some traditional stuff in Trinidad, such as that soca. That's the type of song that we play there. That's sure.
Thank you. How many of you have been playing for all 4 years? Nice. Congratulations. And how many of you are seniors? Congratulations. Y'all are graduating. We appreciate you. And I know that today is an off day for seniors and all of the seniors that are over here. We have a lot of Tucson High representation today. So I want to thank you all for being here. And if you would just indulge me, we're just going to start the meeting and then your director will tell you when you guys can start to move out a little bit. But I want to thank you so much for being here. I know that it took you all probably 2 hours to come in here for 3 songs. So we appreciate all of your time and thank you so much and congratulations, all of you. We're so proud. So the first thing we're going to do is roll call.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee. Here. Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Christie is remote. Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you so much. So for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to call up Kyra. Kyra Superville is a Tucson High Magnet School senior with the class of 2024. Come right here to the mic. I'm very excited to welcome Kyra. She is the first Black valedictorian ever in Tucson High's almost 120-year history. And Kyra is Vice President of the Student Body, President of the National Honor Society, and the host of the club, and she is the varsity captain of the volleyball and track and field teams. Congratulations. We're all so proud of all your accomplishments. We wish you and your graduating seniors the very best of luck. And then, so we'll go ahead and start the pledge, and then I'm going to call up your amazing principal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, do I start? Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And for our land acknowledgement, it's going to be offered today by Principal Elizabeth Rivera of Tucson High Magnet School, and she has brought some amazing students with her in addition to the ensemble here of steel drums. Please.
On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you. And can you talk a little bit about some of the students you brought with you?
I would love to. So we've invited some of our top 5 graduates from Tucson High, a class of over 700 students.
Nice.
Our valedictorian, Kyra Superville, and our stand-up Kyra. And tied for salutatorian, we have An Nguyen and Leah Lopez. Also, top 5 graduate is Ewan Wagelmith. And some of our amazing students from Student Council who have worked hard all 4 years putting on prom and homecoming and pep assemblies and just lunchtime fun. They are the energy and vibe of what is Tucson High culture. I'd like to introduce Class President Ruthie Winek. Also with here today is from the morning announcements is Charlie Potter, Dominic Varela, and Stuco members, Aaliyah Bailey, and Francisco Balderrama. Amazing kids. I just know the future has bright things ahead for all of them.
These students are graduating on Thursday?
Thursday
right?
evening, 7 p.m., Tucson High Magnet School.
And how many seniors will you have?
We have over 706 seniors. Not everybody will walk for sure on Thursday night, but we will have them all graduating. So we're very proud.
Yeah, well, we wish you all the best of luck. Thank you all so much for being here and taking your day off to come and entertain us and honor us with your presence. We really appreciate you. And congratulations, Badgers. And I do want to make a note. How many Badgers do we have on the dais here and in the back? Ta-da! There they are. I know. I had to let them give a shout out. Did you want to say something? Oh, okay. Thank you all so much for being here. We really appreciate you. And so now we're going to go ahead and move on for pause. And Principal Rivera, if you would all, yes, absolutely. Yeah. There'll be a little bit of a parade of seniors walking out. It's okay. Thank you. Have the most fun on graduation. Be safe. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. I think this kitty can hold their own with a little bit of distraction. It's okay. Yeah. Right?
Absolutely.
And by the way, students, this kitty's up for adoption. If you're, I heard the O's come over here from this side.
Graduation present. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaylee. I am the Public Information Officer at Pima Animal Care Center. I know you're used to me bringing dogs and puppies, but today I brought a special guest. This is Minthara. She is about 5 or 6 weeks old, and she came into us after she was found without her mom. She was just 2 or 3 weeks old when she came in. So one thing that people often don't realize is that when kittens are that young, they are really, really vulnerable. They're at high risk of coming down with a variety of diseases. They're just better off with their moms. So Minthara is really lucky that she lucked into a home with an awesome kitten foster who took great care of her. She's in awesome health, super sweet little kitten. She is looking for a home. But it's so important. It's kitten season. We'll see hundreds of kittens like Minthara come in this year. So if you're interested in taking care of a cute little thing like this, and who wouldn't be, we are absolutely looking for fosters, and you can find more information about that on our website, pima.gov/animal care. Of course, I have to mention we do have about 470 dogs in our facility today. They're all free to adopt, dogs and puppies. So whether you're looking to help with kittens, dogs, little dogs, puppies, anything you're looking for, we've got it at PAC. So thank you so much for having us, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to go ahead and go through agenda adjustments.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 5, item 19, under Board of Supervisors, the Pima Community College Report. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10 a.m. On page 6, item 26, under Finance and Risk Management, it's the monthly financial update. Staff requests this item be heard prior to the tentative budget items. On page 10, item 55, contract with the sheriff for the town of Marana. It is CTN SD 24150. Staff requests this item be removed from the agenda. On the addendum, page 1, item numbers 1 through 4, the executive session items. These items will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. On page 1, item 5, the executive session regarding Aaron Cross et al. Versus Chris Nanos et al. The county attorney's office requests this item be removed from the agenda. On page 2, item 8, under Board of Supervisors, it is the FY25 General Fund Priorities Adjusted Primary Rate. Supervisor Hines requests this item be heard in conjunction with the tentative budget. And on page 3, item number 15, recommended uses of inflation contingency, and page 3, item 16, budget remediation plan updates. Staff requests these items be heard with agenda item number 26 and prior to the tentative budget items. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If there aren't any objections, I'll go ahead and we'll make those adjustments. All right. Presentation, item number 5, is a recognition of the retirement of Karen Prechtel Altman, Deputy Director of the Library District. I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, and if I could ask the board and Dr. Garcia, who oversees the department, Karen, and anyone from the library department who would like to join Karen to join us at the dais.
All right. So, okay, Karen Prechtel Altman is a devoted public servant. She's dedicated her life and career to serving Pima County. Karen began her career as a customer service clerk in 1990 at the Murphy Wilmot Library after receiving her master's in library science. Her passion led Karen to become a managing librarian at the Joel Valdez Main Library, where she was inspired to create the library nurse program. In 2012, Karen became the Deputy Director of Public Services for forming events and connections with community leaders and organizations. Karen has spent 33 years guiding and inspiring everyone around her. We thank her for her contributions to this community. It has been an honor to have you be part of our Pima County team. Thank you, Karen.
Yes, I do. I got just a minute. And I will say that we became a county in 1864, and I think that was about the year before you started, is what it feels like. Karen has been with us for a long time, and it has been just, not only, as it's been mentioned, the stalwart, but the smile is with her every day as she's serving the public and working with all the folks in all of our libraries. I'm struggling with this for it's heavy. Many of you have seen historically the Philobombs, where we have a new Philobomb.
I know.
Just hit my finger with it too, but it's all good. But anywho, this is just a way of saying thank you to Karen for her years of service. It's you can set it down, hot dishes when you have us over, whatever you'd like to do with it. So on behalf of the county administration, for everything you've done, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm Amber.
Oh, no,
Is it on? Good morning. I'm Amber Mathewson, the library director, and I've worked with Karen for almost that entire 33 years, and am just so proud of the work that she's accomplished. She always puts the community first. She's been an innovator in the library system. She was a founding member of the LGBTQ plus committee, along with the library nurse program. She's been supportive of all of our affinity teams, worked with people experiencing homelessness. Just, it goes on and on. In fact, she just helped us get an LSTA grant to start looking at the possibility of social workers in the library. So she is a true public servant, and we will miss you so much. These flowers, you can finally have them. I told her in the lobby she couldn't have them yet. So thank you, Karen. Thank you. I just want to say that it has been a true privilege and an honor to serve my community, my hometown, for 33 years. And I want to thank all my colleagues who are here to support me. I work with the most amazing, compassionate people. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Garcia for your unending support. And Jan, thank you so much for everything. You've made a huge difference for county employees. And Chair Adelita and Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Christie, who aren't here. No, they're here. Thank you. Thank you for your support of the library and for your service. I feel honored to be recognized today. Thank you. Oh, this is my mom, Sandy Prechtel. This is my husband, Jonathan Altman. And my brother, Scott. Scott works for the city transportation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Sorry, I'm a high pick.
She might have Bell County employee. Sure.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Item number 6 is presentation and proclamation to Nancy Cole, Pima County ERP Executive Project Manager and Arizona APWA President, and Catherine Skinner, Director, Pima County Department of Transportation, proclaiming the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024 to be Public Works Week. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Thank you. What's your phone for?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, services that are of vital importance to the sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health and high quality of life and well-being of the people in Pima County, and whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without dedicated efforts of Public Works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for citizens and civic leaders and children in the state of Arizona to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 19th through May 25th to be Public Works Week and encourages all citizens to join representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all, passed and adopted this 21st day of May 2024. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, y'all.
So I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to recognize Public Works and the importance of it in your communities every day. We have been doing this at the American Public Works Association since 1960, 64 years. And it's really our opportunity to reach out to you and ask you to reach back out to us, to those that are working every day tirelessly to fill your potholes, to make your waterways safe, to keep your water clean and your air of good quality. You don't think of that every day, but they're very important, and there's people everywhere keeping you safe, keeping your communities wonderful, and advancing quality of life for all. So I really appreciate your opportunity to recognize us, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. No? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can ask. All right, so now we're on to call to the public. Citizens attending meetings shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We currently have 15 speakers. 16, and so 17. So we're still at 3 minutes for every speaker till we get to 20. So with that, I'll, I believe, Sharon Fickus, are you on the line? Okay, we'll go ahead and skip her and come back to her. Michelle Hands, Natalia Oncharova, and Robert Royce.
Sharon Fickus is here.
Okay, if we can just take a pause for a minute. Oh, Sharon, go ahead. You have 3
Yes,
minutes.
good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
Each day in Pima County and in news around the country, I'm informed that Pima County in Arizona is the hotbed of illegal migrant problems. Some of the comments have been from our Border Patrol, who are hogtied from performing their duties of protecting our border, and instead they perform the welcoming duties of a local hostess, inviting illegals for afternoon tea, with gifts of transportation, food, clothing, housing, even medical and legal assistance. We are not Santa Claus. Our federal, state, county, and county taxes do have limits. What have you done to work to secure our border? At a minimum, you should have a resolution to encourage and provide safety to our Pima County citizens from this illegal invasion. Focus on the items that are moving through our land, the illegals, on our open southern border, and of course the fentanyl problem, also attributed to the Arizona open border. This month, the tentative fiscal year 24 budget is a creative manipulation of words and dollars. Pima is broke, over budget, and yet continues to request support for illegals. Yes, illegals. Don't be so afraid of the word. The most absurd is Addendum 1, fiscal year 25, promoted by Methine. Item number 8. These general fund monies focus on increasing our property taxes for investment in conservation open space, 1.5 mil, affordable housing, 1.5 mil. These will eventually undermine our existing home values. And then the $3 million contingency slush fund. This is laughable. These items should fail. We know they will cause more budget problems and problems for Pima and for our taxpayers. I'm ashamed of this squad of 4, Scott, Hines, Grahal, Van Lee. These 4 and other bleeding liberals have mismanaged funds. You don't care about the issues from our citizens of this country. It's obvious. In Call to the Public, you look away, you shuffle papers, you ignore our words. You and others are following your own agenda to destroy our country, our state, and our county. In case you're so busy planning your next move to destroy us, maybe you have missed that Pima County citizens are concerned about the growth in crime, lack of safety in our community, and our future to live with the freedoms we have had to come to enjoy. We're working hard to remove you from office in November 24. Sleep tight. Change is coming.
Michelle Hands?
Hello. Thank you. Hello. Good morning. My name is Michelle Hans, and I'm currently benefiting from participating in...
Move the mic closer.
It's closer.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm currently benefiting from participation in the Adult Basic Education program here in Tucson at the Pima Community College. I was unable to obtain my high school diploma. I was married very young as a teenager. And so despite this, I was still involved in hospice work in my local community, and I enjoyed caring for fragile patients, medical fragile patients. I eventually became a mother to an autistic child, and I found I was able to advocate for him as well. And so I wanted to be able to do this in behalf of my community. So I turned to vocational rehab, which put me into contact with the Adult Basic Education program here in Tucson, which I appreciate the board's support of very much, and I'm here to thank you on behalf of other students at Pima Community College as the next incoming senator for our ABEC program. My current classes I'm taking under this program are math classes, and I will soon be in a position to take accredited classes and become a community health care coordinator. Again, I appreciate your ongoing support, board members, and your service for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalia Ancharova?
Good morning. My name is Natalia. Today I'm glad to meet people who support our adult education. I have been a student at Pima Community College for 2 years. I represent students who need to leave their home country and move to the U.S. I represent all students who are refugees. I was born, grew up, studied and worked in Donetsk city in the east of Ukraine. In my country, it was very important to have a good education. So that's why most refugees from Ukraine are highly educated and highly specialized people. I graduated from medical school and over 20 years worked as an anesthesiologist. When I arrived in the US, I didn't understand any word. Adult education in Pima Community College helped me and brought me closer to my goal to continue my medical education in the U.S. And get a license to work in hospital again. I am happy today. I can say thank you very much for your help. Thanks for adult education, we can take our first steps in the U.S., return to our work, and be useful for our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Royce?
I'm Robert Royce. I stopped by the city clerk's office last week and picked up a copy of a City of Tucson petition for political party recognition. Apparently, 1,918 signatures on this petition and 10 signatures on this affidavit of elections will put a new party on the ballot for the city of Tucson. 7,500 signatures for our county party, which is out of my means right now, but I believe 1,918 is doable in 6 months by the 29th of November. 11 of our 12 elected quasi-legislative, quasi-executive positions are held by one party. And I've seen enough of one-party government in Chicago and in Mexico to know that it always comes to a bad end. And since I'm apparently the only one in the city who understands it enough to take the initiative to do this, I have inserted one word on both of these petitions, the word Jefferson. The idea is to have financial responsibility, which we will never have from the current state of affairs. But since financial responsibility is generally considered a conservative principle, and the idea of the party is to be nonpartisan in the sense that it should attract conservative and liberal-minded people to work together in the same party, as has happened in the past. I'm calling it Jefferson because I'm rejecting intolerance as a principle and replacing it with, the Democratic Party's done a good job of not being intolerant, and that's why you hold the positions you do. Intolerance has been rejected by a majority of Pima County voters. So the other party seems to be specializing in intolerance at the moment, so they're in a permanent state of minority status, which leaves us with one party. By naming this party after our third president, I'm making it clear to everyone that yes, we're building a party of financial responsibility. No, intolerance is not welcome in this new party. People who seek to fulfill financial responsibility for our party need to understand they need to check their intolerance at the door. That's why I have named this party after our third president, and I expect to have these signatures filed on the 29th of November.
Stephen Valencia, Trish Muir, and Jim McFadden. Okay, sir, thank you. Please don't do that. Thank you.
I was writing my speech and I don't have it completed. Good morning, everybody. Adelita Grijalva, hello. I'd like to, I'm here, my name is Stephen Valencia, and I'm the chair of Arizona Jobs with Justice. I wanted to speak a little bit on the heat ordinance coming up, or the heat resolution. I think that's going to be taken up today. All I wanted to say today is my orientation for being here and my concern on this issue is that, in 1985, I had a pretty serious industrial accident. I had a natural gas line, blow up in my face, and I lost quite a bit of skin, and I had grafts and so forth. At any rate, I was working for a contractor for Southwest Gas. But as a contractor, there was no union and there was no safety and health protection. And Southwest Gas, didn't give a damn either. So there's a problem here with the contractors having the least amount of, labor rights, in terms of safety and health, And so, basically went to court and I won because there was no measures in order to protect workers. And what it was, they finally told me that when you're purging polyethylene lines and the gas is running through the lines, it creates a positive spark along the polyethylene line. So between the air, the gas, and the spark, that was the explosion. So after I got hurt, that's when the company instated these measures of purging correctly with somebody there beside you, somebody with a fire extinguisher, and these big old purging stations that were used. But that's really the situation. And is my time up? Oh my goodness. And while I was recuperating at home, that's when I found out that the media came out with that we had been exposed to trichloroethylene in our water, and so it's this whole area, as you know, was polluted with everything that would kill you. So here I was trying to. So that's when it really got to me, that we could be killed at work, we could be, we could killed here in our homes. And that's when while I recuperated from the burns, I ran for political office. I didn't win, but I ran because I was all fired up. That's not really what I was going to say today, but anyway, what I wanted to say is that, these contractors that have no union, workers have no voice, and the least protected people are the immigrants that build a city.
Thank you, Mr. Valencia.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Trish Muir?
Let's see if I'm close enough. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Trish Muir. I'm the chair of the Pima Area Labor Federation. I'm here in that capacity today. I also, though, serve on the Pima County Workforce Investment Board. And so I'm here to speak about the extreme heat direction that Chair Grijalva has introduced. And I want to thank you for introducing that. As was just mentioned, a lot of workers don't have sort of safety precautions at work, and we have employers who don't always recognize the dangers that their workers face. So I wanted to address some of this and talk about worker heat safety standards. And it's not just a matter of comfort, as some people would say, but it's a matter of, it's a critical aspect of public health and safety. High temperatures pose severe risks, including heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and even death. And for the thousands of outdoor workers in industries such as construction, agriculture, public works, as we recognized earlier today, and landscaping, the threat is particularly acute. Without proper safety standards, these workers face prolonged exposure to extreme heat, which can lead to debilitating health conditions and significant loss of productivity, and sadly, a loss of life. Implementing robust heat safety standards is essential for protecting workers' health. This includes measures such as mandatory rest breaks, access to shaded or air-conditioned areas, and the provision of adequate hydration. These protections are vital in preventing heat-related illnesses. Moreover, educating workers and employers about the signs of heat stress and the importance of immediate action that can save lives. Beyond health, I know there's folks who have some economic reasons for sort of being concerned about these things implemented. I'd like to say workers who are suffering from heat stress can't build anything. Their productivity is non-existent, right? When you're suffering from overwhelming heat, if you're having a seizure, if you're on the ground, if you're confused, if you're struggling to function, right? You're losing your bodily functions as a result of this exposure, you're not productive. Dead workers don't do anything, right? People who are suffering can't build, they won't get the job done. So for folks who have those concerns, who say we don't need that, I say protect your interests, right? They talk about human capital, people talk about how much they value their workers. I say to them, support this measure. Support this because it's in your interest to do so. And so I just really thank you, Supervisor Grijalva, for your vision, for your leadership on this issue. And I encourage the board really to support that directive as well. And we look forward to seeing that getting done today. And we thank Pima County for always being a partner and supporter of workers in our community. Thank you.
Jim McFadden?
Chair Grijalva and fellow board members and Supervisor Christie, who's via Zoom. Good morning. I'm Jim McFadden. I am in District 3. So I have a myriad of subjects I want to discuss, but frankly, I'm going to change it a little bit based on the last speaker because frankly, I'm tired of the climate change, green deals, another gaslighting attempt by the Marxists. Here we go again, left to install the fear in Tucsonians that they will suffer from the heat. Supervisors, we live in the desert. Come on, let's face facts. 3 to 4 months of our year is nothing but heat. I did some research real quickly, and one that is really highly recommended in terms of the reporting on climate change is called Weather Smart, and I have, which I will submit to the board, which shows the last 50-year history of our climate. We have 3.7 months of the year that are typically hot. Come on, we've moved here, we know what a desert is. We have to handle the weather appropriately and dress accordingly and take care of ourselves. I don't want to belabor the issue. I just suggest the Board of Supervisors stay away from the climate change agenda that Mayor Romero is pushing, okay? What I really want to address is the agenda item 15 on the budget. I can't help but notice on page 2.1 of the 511-page document, which I tried to just skim through, that there are 4 areas under there that are called budget pillars and goals. One of the 4 is improve quality of life. Under the heading, there are 2 goals that are mentioned. Goal number 1 is enhance the safety of communities. When I read that, I couldn't help but think how you are enhancing the safety of communities when you are housing and transporting illegal aliens into facilities all over Pima County. Illegal aliens haven't been vetted in most cases. Many of them are gang members, released felons from their country of origin in prisons or were in prisons, as well as individuals released from their country of origin in insane asylums. Not to mention terrorist cells that are scattered all over our country, as well as in the Tucson, Phoenix area, that are just waiting to execute another 9/11 type event. So this is how you enhance the safety of communities in Pima County? Interesting. Well, I'm probably not going to get to the last one, so I'll end it there, but please take consideration on the climate change. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Barbara Kuhn, followed by Sarah Roberts and Sharon Green.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Kuhn. Today, the board will vote on a tentative $1.7 million budget. I asked them to consider a budget action a previous board took and feel retrospective pride in that board's wise use of bond money that the citizens in 1974, I was alive then, probably most of you weren't, authorized for the development of a major trail system. That system cost the voters $200,000 for right-of-way purchase, paving 200 parking spaces, and 2 miles of road. The legacy of that fiscal decision is the public access to public lands that we all enjoy today in such places as Pima, Finger Rock, Ventana, and Esperero Canyons, plus 7 more entry points to the Rincon and Tucson Mountains. 2 years after the bond issue passed, the then Board of Supervisors approved the Trail Access Plan for the Tucson metro area, which indicated the county's intent to protect access to existing public trails. The plan was approved after 14 months of intense work by representatives of 12 outdoor conservation neighborhood groups, plus 8 government agencies. It was passed unanimously. 12 out of the recommended 13 long-standing trailheads, including the one at the end of North Campbell, were secured by the plan. Coming into the 20th century, the county built on this plan with the Pima Regional Trail System Master Plan revised May 2012 that included access to more lands in eastern Pima County, as well as Marana, Oro Valley, and Saurita. This resulted in a system of over 22,000 miles of trails, paths, river parks for public use arrived at by public input in Pima County. On April 8, 2024, this compact of cooperation between citizens and their government was violated by the closure of the trailhead at the north end of Campbell. This was done with no public notice, no canvassing of public opinion. As a representative of the Southern Arizona Hiking Club, one of the original contributors to the 1976 Trail Access Plan, I ask the current Board of Supervisors follow the intent of their predecessors by rescinding the closure of North Campbell Trailhead and notify the public before any other such closures are contemplated. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Roberts.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sarah Roberts, and I'm here on behalf of the Southside Workers Center. I'm on the steering committee of the Southside Workers Center. This is a day labor center that was formed in 2006 by Josefina Ahumada, and it's a mission of Southside Presbyterian Church. It provides a safe space for workers to wait for work for day labor jobs and to organize for just wages and safe working conditions. And I want to thank you, Ms. Grijalva and others who are working on the heat protection resolution and ordinance. So as you are aware, 2023 was the hottest on record. 2024 is expected to surpass that, and there were 176 heat-related deaths in Tucson in 2023. In the heat protection resolution and ordinance work, I urge you to invite workers and worker representatives to the table to provide input in the creation of a heat protection ordinance that includes expanded coverage to include all county employees, county contracted employees, as well as other workers in our community, all other workers in our community. And to include messaging that all employers have a responsibility to have heat prevention programs in place. Notification be made to all employees covered under the ordinance, written in a language that are preferred by workers and posted in the workplace. Specific written heat prevention plans developed with worker involvement to be available upon request by workers and the community. A heat protection committee at workplaces with at least 2 workers and 2 management representatives to provide monitoring of the heat program. A very clear provision for workers to report to the employer of any heat situations that are happening and without fearing reprisal. Workers and community members need to be able to report potential violations of the ordinance without any fear of reprisal. Training for all covered workers within 1 week of employment, specific provisions for rest breaks, shade, water, and other specific worksite methods of worker protections from the heat. Teaching about signs of overexposure and steps to take in a heat illness emergency. And other heat prevention or heat safety strategies such as scheduling shifts to avoid the hottest part of the day, providing cooling stations, formations of an oversight committee to develop enforcement and outreach efforts to work with the county. The committee would be made up of worker reps, community reps, employer reps. Heat protection for all workers. Heat protection saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Green, followed by Don Hales, Corey Stevens, and Michelle Escalante.
Good morning.
Our founding fathers blessed us with a Constitution and Bill of Rights that would ensure God's desire for us to live in freedom and liberty. John Adams said, "Liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among the people who have a right and indisputable, unalienable, indefeasible, divine right to that most dreaded and envied kind of knowledge. I mean, the character and conduct of their rulers." We, the people, must fight against this persistent, ongoing anti-American agenda. It is past time for us to stand up for freedom. We must stand up against the extremist left and corruption that has infiltrated our country for decades, and now, with your help, spreads throughout Pima County. We stand up for well-managed borders, for legal immigration, for our children, for life from conception to the grave, and for the rule of law. We stand up for our free speech and our other God-given rights. We stand up for our God-given Constitution and the American Revolution for the liberty it represents. For those of you in the BOS who reject these ideals and refuse to support them, it is time for you to resign. We need representation by freedom-thinking constitutionalists, not by those seeking to destroy our freedoms and instead support a Marxist agenda. Thank you, Steve Christie, for trying to support the citizens of Pima County, not the militant illegal aliens whose goal is to destroy our country. They are getting ready. The FBI has already warned us about June. May God give you the insight and wisdom to support the will of our citizens. The will of the people is not to be controlled by the evil, corrupt Marxist agenda of attempting to eliminate the God of our founding fathers, nor to steal taxpayers' money from the people to fund millions of illegal aliens and hundreds of thousands of trained militia who are already ready to destroy our U.S. May God give you the insight and wisdom to support the will of our citizens. God bless you and give you guidance in how you represent us and make the decisions for the benefits of the people of Pima County for whom you work. Give us liberty or give us death. As a Christian, living in heaven for eternity after death is far superior than living under a godless Marxist tyranny. Where will you spend eternity? May God again bless America and guide us back to the road of freedom. Thank you.
Don Hales. Thank you. It's unnecessary. Oh, no, you can put that on. Talking about the cheering.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes, go ahead.
Don Hales. Topic is about loss of freedom. I don't hear the word freedom much anymore. This is the freedom that we all in this room grew up with. That's real freedom. No, we're moving away from freedom now. The big thing now is more about control, even total control and surveillance. For example, the 5G towers were about control. They were put up without consulting home dwellers in Tucson. In China, 5G is all about surveillance, total control. They are surveillance cameras, thanks to the phased array antenna. It's called digital fencing. The ideal lifestyle in America, according to globalists, is becoming work hard until you retire and then disappear. That's those that will work. We are going in the direction they did in the Middle Ages. Someone I know calls it feudalism 2.0. The loss of freedom might explain the rise in homelessness. I will be voting in the coming elections, and I hope many in the room will be voting in the coming election. And God forbid it's hope and change 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Stevens. And then our last speaker before the break is going to be Michelle Escalante, and then we have a time certain item at 10.
Good morning. I bring with me today proof of asylum fraud. These are items I personally brought back from the gap in the border wall at the Mariposa slab in Nogales. This passport and stamps that were in it would prove their pass-through country would have provided them protection and thus disqualify them for U.S. asylum. This discarded Mexican residency card, which Mexicans require for them to move north because it shows Mexico already granted them protection, which is another disqualifier for asylum. These individuals illegally enter the country, seek fraudulent asylum, and in turn are granted process through the NGO system here in Pima County. The Dems on this board then send them off to another state to become an economic burden on the economy. This is illegal immigration. I recently attended the Senate Judiciary hearing regarding the border crisis down in Sahuarita. Congressman Eli Crane offered his opinion on the border crisis, and I believe he said it best when referring to the government and the wide open border, and I'll paraphrase. He said, "They don't give a damn about us," and he wasn't going to mince words any longer. The border crisis is treasonous. He asked, "Why do you think the government is making it easier with things like apps on phones to flood our country with illegals? They're complicit, and it's a dereliction of duty. They're betraying the American people. $21.8 million today, and the Dems on this board are making it that much easier for illegals here. You all are complicit, and you are betraying the citizens of Pima County. You too are committing treason." I went to a wonderful event last evening in South Tucson with business members from the Latino community, and the praises they were singing were, no more funding, no more taxing increases, and never again will we vote for a Dem. These were business members from the Latino community, members of the Latino community, and pastors from the Latino community. And I want you to know, they said, never again a Dem. Let that sink in. You guys will be replaced in November.
Michelle Escalante. Sir, if you call out one more time, I'm going to have you removed. It's unnecessary. Thank you. Michelle Escalante will be our last speaker before we take a break for the Pima Community College presentation at time certain item at 10.
I appreciate this time. This is my son, Isaiah Williams Escalante. This is Isaiah Williams Escalante. I don't have the time to describe his character and the beautiful demeanor that was him. On March 21st, 2023, my son was killed. He was riding his bike at Speedway and Country Club. An impaired driver collided with a speeding vehicle that was driving over 20 the limit, and then into my son, Isaiah Escalante. Evidence shows that one driver was impaired with a .076 BAC, while the other was recklessly speeding around 90 miles in a 35-mile-per-hour zone. Matthew Telick is the impaired driver. He tested at .076 on his BAC. He failed to yield to oncoming traffic. His vehicle made first impact to the speeding vehicle, proving he was close within proximity and he would have seen it if he would have maybe not been impaired. Two officers on scene noted a heavy odor of intoxicants, noted red watery eyes. He did not pass his field sobriety exam. Matthew Telick admitted to having drinking that evening. Pima County Attorney's Office for the last year has refused to bring charges against Matthew Lee Telick and Isaiah's death. I've been given multiple excuses. I've been lied to, or the incompetency of Pima County Attorney's Office is prevalent in their discussions and excuses with me. I've been told that if Telick was 4 times the legal limit, that we wouldn't charge him. And I have that recorded by Pima County Attorney's Office. The law, I've been told that the law, I've been lied to and misled into believing that the law does not permit Pima County Attorney's Office to charge both drivers. I've been told that it's one or the other, not both. Both drivers involved in the collision that killed my son were both conducting illegal criminal activity. One was drunk, the other was speeding. I demand Pima County Attorney's Office to uphold the law against the driver who drove drunk and killed my son. There has been biased representation from this case in the grand jury. The judge himself, Judge McDonald, has made statements saying that the lead detective who testified to the grand jury, her testimony conflicts with reports of arresting officers and that her testimony is not supported by the evidence. I'm here to demand Pima County Attorney's Office hold accountable the speeding driver and the criminal impaired driver and uphold the law. I'm not going to stand for any more lies or any more excuses from Pima County Attorney's Office. I can read the laws and I can do my own research. You lied when you said that the law prohibits you from charging both drivers. I demand Matthew Lee Talek be charged for Isaiah Escalante's death.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss. We're gonna go ahead and take a pause in the call to the audience and go to item number 19, Pima Community College report. This is the report from our Pima Community College interim chancellor, Dolores Duran Cerda, to provide a report on the college and an update. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here to speak. I wanted to provide an update to all of you. So thank you for this opportunity to you, Supervisor Grijalva, and to the board and to Administrator Leschert as well. So I have been in this role. I've been serving in this wonderful role. It's an honor for me as interim chancellor. And I wanted to share an update on all the wonderful things that we've been doing and also to thank you for the support that you have given to the college and to our community. And this is why I wanted to address you today. It's an exciting time also because it's graduation season. Our graduation is tomorrow night at the Tucson Convention Center, and I invite you to join us in the celebration of about over 4,000 students who are getting degrees and certificates. So we're very pleased about that. So we do have a PowerPoint, and I see, okay, great. Thank you for sharing that. On the first slide, I wanted to share a little bit about Pima College. So we have about 35 learners per year. 75% are part-time students. 57% are female, and we're a Hispanic serving institution with 48% of our students identifying as Hispanic or Latino. And our students, about 43% are ages 25 or above. And in this process, when I became interim chancellor, I worked with our board and also with our administrators and faculty and staff to see what are the goals that we should accomplish this year as I serve as interim chancellor. So there are 4 goals, and you can see them on the slide too. Making sure that we continue with our accreditation process, our reaffirmation of accreditation. We have visitors coming in from the Higher Learning Commission in December. Also, to help improve and increase our enrollment, which includes persistence, retention, and completion. Enhancing a culture of caring. Because of the pandemic, we all went our separate ways and were siloed, and so kind of bringing everybody back to the campuses and to reinforce that sense of belongingness on the campuses with all of us together. And then the 4th goal is to improve effectiveness and efficiencies. So that's also taking a look at space utilization at the various campuses, maybe moving some of district office to the campuses where there is space available. So those are the 4 goals. We are committed to learner success and empowering every learner every day for every goal, which is our mission. And we have established these goals to help guide us through this process. And I wanted to also thank you, the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Jan Lesher, and also the County Superintendent of Schools, Dustin Williams, for approving the renewal of the IGA between the county and Pima's adult ed program, because we have served about 4,000 students in adult basic ed, so we're very proud of that as well. So I wanted to share also that it's very important for education to be aligned with business and industry as well as government. So to serve the community well, we must be aware of and be responsive to the evolving workforce needs of this region. We have a strong partner and ally in those efforts with Pima County, so thank you for that. Our efforts here have been prioritizing partnerships with local and regional businesses to ensure our learners are developing those skills that will enable them to enter the workforce prepared for jobs. So we regularly consult with and collaborate with business and industry leaders. We listen. So for example, we have grown and enhanced our Pima Fast Track, which is a way for learners to develop quickly industry-recognized skills. And we have prioritized the growth and updating of our facilities and equipment through investments in our centers of excellence. And many of you have probably toured the downtown campus where we have our AIT Center of Excellence, the East Campus where we have cybersecurity, Desert Vista Campus where we have hospitality leadership, and we're also developing the arts at West Campus as well as sciences in the Northwest Campus. So many of these improvements were done in partnership with the county. A more detailed representation of the places we have worked on with the county have been provided in a document that you received prior to this presentation. It has more details that you can review about our partnership. But with that partnership, we've been able to purchase equipment, software and other materials, also offer scholarships and provide job training, and offer support services while the college and seeking the students are seeking employment. If we go to the next slide. So a culture of caring, as I mentioned before, creating that sense of belonging because of the pandemic and changes within our college. Our long-term chancellor, Lee Lambert, left for another position, so that left a lot of uncertainty of what the legacy that he's left. So we've been keeping the momentum going and even expanding on that. So to ensure that everything is okay and we're moving forward, I thought it was important to have that enhancing of the culture of caring. We already had it, but it was more of a priority. So we have instilled that with employees and, of course, with our community and listening to students. Because of the pandemic, students' needs have changed. The community needs have changed. So we hosted student forums. They like flexibility in their schedules. Many of them are juggling family responsibilities, work responsibilities. So we're trying to offer courses on the weekends and the evenings and making sure we continue with the fast track options as well. So I also wanted to give you another thank you to this board for funding through the American Rescue Plan Act to Pima to establish and grow our micro pathways, which were created in response to the impact of the pandemic on low-income Pima County residents. So just to share with you the different fast track programs that we have one in information technology, another one in automotive technology, health information technology, and emergency medical technology. So these fast track courses are taken within 4 months, and the curriculum was created hand in hand with local employers. So we wanted to hear what the employer needs are. What is it that they need from our students when they graduate to be employed and have those skills prepared? So we wanted to thank you for that partnership as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, this is an exciting time for our students graduating. For the past couple of weeks, I've been in the evenings going to various completion ceremonies. Last night, I went to the Fire Academy for our new firefighters that will be helping our community. Also, we've had translation studies, we've had nursing pinnings, we've had everything. And it is so inspiring because these students have gone through a lot. and with their families, with, like, as I said, juggling different responsibilities. But because of your support and the community support, Pima College is thriving, and we're very grateful. So that was it. I just wanted to provide an update on our work. And if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for coming, and I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Scott. And then just for the record, Supervisor Hines joined our meeting at 10:08. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, thank you. Hi, Dolores.
How are you, Dr. Lee?
We worked together at Pima College, and I served on the board, and I'm Pima holds a deep love for me because in the 70s, I graduated from Catalina High School, and I didn't do well my first semester. My mom said, "You're going to college, you're going to U of A." Pima was fairly new, and I didn't do well at the U of A, and I told her, "I'm not college material. I'm going to have to go to work." And then my cousin had a great experience at Pima College. He said the faculty are outstanding, small classes, caring staff. So I went, and the rest is history. And I have Pima to thank for that. So thank you.
And we're very grateful for your service on our board and what you made possible for Pima.
Well, thank you very much. I do have a question. From your point of view as the interim chancellor, what do you see as the biggest challenges moving forward for Pima College?
There are several challenges, and one is to continue with enrollment. So we have increasing enrollment. You've probably heard about the birth dearth, that we're not graduating as many high school students. People are not having as many children. So we have that diminishing as for enrollment. Also, an aging population. But I see advantages in that. We can have, in conferences that I've been to, we've been discussing about the opportunities for adult, older citizens who would like to maybe continue working or in a different career or job, that they can get upskilling and reskilling at Pima Community College. So enrollment is one, retention, making sure that our students are continuing with their education, because we feel that sometimes we get them in the door, but we need to retain them and make sure that they accomplish. So we're putting more emphasis on retention strategies for students of color, for all students. And we are making sure and assigning a few people, staff, for retention strategies. We're developing currently our strategic plan. That's an extension of the current one until we have a permanent chancellor in place. But much of that has to do with strategies for retention and enrollment. Also going to the high schools and the middle schools. I feel that the sooner we get students involved in thinking about education in the elementary schools too, having mentors going out to speak to them, have our faculty go out there and speak about them and see them, the students can see themselves in the faculty and the counselors. Also, making sure that we have the current teachers in the elementary and middle schools and high schools talk about career opportunities and what are the possibilities, because many students may think, oh, college isn't for me, or maybe they don't have parents that went to college and they don't know how to navigate the system. So there are multiple strategies and ways of thinking. Another thing, not a challenge, but something to be aware of, is that I think we need to be more of the mindset of being student ready. What I mean is, a lot of people say, oh, we expect our students to be college ready, right? But we need to flip that. And Pima College and all institutions of education need to be student ready and focus and elevate the student voice. So that's part of this culture of caring, listening to the students, what their needs are, what they're dealing with in their lives, because many of them are one crisis away from dropping out. And so we want to make sure that we have those support services. So all of that, it's developing the students holistically, not just academically, not in the classroom. It's beyond the classroom. And we have food pantries and hygiene pantries. We have childcare. We're hoping that we can develop childcare opportunities at all of the campuses. So there are lots of things that we're looking at that are challenges, but are opportunities too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. And Chancellor, thank you so much for being here today, and I really appreciate what you just said about the importance of outreach to students in our K-12 schools. I hope that includes positive reciprocal relationships with middle and high school counselors.
Yes.
So that they can always be well informed about everything going on at Pima. And I also hope that there is outreach to the Metropolitan Education Commission so that their Regional College Access Center can also be up to date on everything going on with Pima. I wanted to request, with specific regard to accreditation and plans for increased enrollment, if you would be able to send some periodic updates to the clerk of the board's office so that she and her staff could send those out to the district offices. And speaking just for myself, I would be happy if it was okay with you to put any of those updates into our newsletter that we send out every week after a board meeting.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you for that request. We'll make sure to provide that for you. And, accreditation Pima College is fully accredited. So we're going through this regular cycle. Every 10 years, we go through this cycle, but the team from Chicago comes and they look at every aspect. As you remember, Dr. Lee, it's happened in the past. So we're fully prepared. We've been preparing students, faculty, staff, administrators, our board members too, and I think we're in very good shape. But I will also include enrollment updates as well. There was one thing I wanted to share and I forgot. It had to do with enrollment, but we're doing well. And for 7 consecutive semesters, our enrollment has been increasing. So we're excited about that. Oh, yes, the counselors. So we have, I think it's once a semester, a breakfast with the counselors that come to Pima College and meet with our counselors and advisors. So they have that connection of face and they have the personal conversations that they can identify and pick up the phone and ask each other questions. We also have a team that goes out regularly to the high schools. Our Dean of Dual Enrollment and High School Programs regularly has staff going out to the high schools and to the middle schools. So there is that outreach. We can do more. There's always more. I'd like for more faculty to go out and share about their classroom experiences, maybe doing some demos, science experiments, things like that. And we invite, of course, students to our campuses because many have never been to a college campus. And for them to visualize themselves going to school there is very important as well. So we have also outreach where students come to the 5 different campuses. We'll continue with that, absolutely.
And I would imagine that directors of guidance and counseling in the various districts could also offer some input in terms of what they're hearing from their middle and high school counselors.
Exactly. And also I wanted to share that I attend the superintendent's meetings periodically and give them updates as well. And so they're available. They can ask me questions. I can ask them, what do they need? How can Pima College support their students to transition to us?
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you,
You're
Chair
welcome.
Bill.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much for taking the time during this very busy time of the year
thank you.
to come and provide us with
Well, it's an
information.
honor to be here, my first time, and thank you very much for your support of the college.
Thank you, and we hope we can make this something more regular.
Yes,
I think it would be
absolutely.
really helpful for the community to know what is going on with our community college.
And I do recommend you come to our graduation tomorrow. It's great. I mean, the whole Tucson Convention Center is packed, yes, with very happy families, kids, everybody. So
Graduations are the most fun time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we have a couple more speakers for call to the audience, and then if it's okay with my colleagues, I'd like to move to addendum item number 9 after the call to the audience. Okay, great, thank you. Jenny or Jerry Sicknies? Joel Tiger, and Sarah, the Honorable Sarah Mae Williams. Whenever you're ready.
Well, today I'd like to speak to you guys about stalking laws. There's stalking laws on the books, and they pretty much are supposed to protect the citizens, except for when it's done by county employees, ex-county employees, and they use the county to stalk people. There's a law called gang stalking, which prohibits people from forming a group to stalk other individuals to harass and in their dreams, pretty much. And a person commits stalking if the person intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct that is directed towards another person, and if that conduct causes the victim to suffer emotional distress, reasonable fear that either the victim's property or will be damaged or destroyed. Any of the following will be physically injured: the victim's families, the animals, all of it. In Diamond Bell Ranch Estates, I was getting a divorce. I was thrown out of my house, and I got dropped off in Diamond Bell Ranch Estates by a friend who left me his property when he passed away. And all at the same time, property's been in his estate's name. I've talked to you guys before about the shipping container problem. All I had was a shipping container to put my bird and my dog in. I slept outside in the truck. No problem, I don't care. But next thing you know, you got a permit for that? $7,500 fee? I'm on disability. $7,500 fee plus your permit fees equals my entire year's income. $1,150 per month. Add it up. Doesn't take much to, you forbid me to exist with your rules, your regulations. Now, I live more than 4 miles from anybody that has a house with power and water. There's no power and water up on these parts of the property that people are selling for $4,000 and $5,000. So I could either be homeless, living in front of one of your houses in a tent, which is about where I'm about to move, or I can live on my own property, which you won't allow me to do. I can't have a shipping container, but I can't have a shipping container if I petition everybody that's within 300 feet of that shipping container and pay you $1,100, my entire month's income. If I give up my entire month's income, I don't eat, I starve, I can have a place to put my bird and my dog while I try to build a home. At this point, your actions are tyrannical. You have oppressed me for the last 3 years. It's been one complaint after another because of these rich Diamond Bell people such as Matthew Nelson, Jimmy Nordstrom, Michael Van Newberry, Sheila Siri, Pablo and Valerie Mata. Pablo and Valerie Mata, when they were all complaining about me about my shipping container, they had a 40-foot shipping container in their backyard. After I posted that on Facebook, one of my neighbors reported it because I'm not into reporting people. I don't need to turn somebody else in to make myself feel better about them hurting me. I just want to live. I just want to be left alone. Am I out of time?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Joel Tigert? Thank you.
Good. Hi, everybody. My name is Joel Tiger. I'm from the Diamond Bell Ranch Property Owners Alliance at TakeBackTheBell.com. 10% of the property owners should not be allowed to dictate and control the other 90%. When the Diamond Bell Ranch area was originally zoned 50 years ago in the 1970s, it was zoned to be built, site-built houses with the promise that the county would be supplying power and water. 50 years later, that never happened. Only 10% of the lots got power and water. Now those 10% use the county, use the goons like Daniel Robledo to suppress the property values of everyone else. It does not make sense. It does not make economic sense to build a site-built home on a lot that does not have power and water. Because no matter how nice my McMansion is, it will never have the value as the site-built homes 4 miles away in the neighborhood with power and water. A lot has changed since the 1970s. All of those people that built their houses in the 70s and 80s did not have to pay a $7,500 environmental impact fee. The Supreme Court has already ruled that these impact fees are unconstitutional. Unless the fee is going towards a set project, you're building a bridge, you're building a road, you can't just charge us a fee. California had to reimburse everybody who paid the $600 smog impact fee back in the 90s. You will have to repay everybody who paid that $7,500 impact fee. And if we have to file a class action lawsuit against you, not only are you going to have to pay it back, you're going to have to pay all of us that are possibly subject to it. Right now, in this economy, homesteading is what makes economic sense for people. You've got 700 lots that are affordable, that are undeveloped, that gives people an opportunity to enter the middle class. But because of your rules and your policies, everybody is stuck in the debt cycle. TakeBackTheBell.com.
Honorable Sarah Mae Williams, followed by Jan Bell, Paul Stapleton Smith, and our last speaker will be Araceli Benitez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Justice of the Peace from Ajo Justice Court. And really, I'm here to I know Judge Pesqueta gave you a little memo on the rural courts in Pima County, and I just wanted to paint a picture for you because we're looking at a $30,000 cut to our budget. And just to let you know that 85% of our budget goes to personnel and employees, so we're looking at 15% to work with. And so areas when we started talking about where we could cut, we're looking at cutting trainings, pro tems, and credit card payments. We would cut that, and then we'd have no more payments over the phone, because really that's something that is a huge cost for us, is the credit card cost. And then while that would be a huge inconvenience to defendants, we'd save some money there. Something that was a big improvement for us is that we finally implemented internet access in our courtroom. So for the entire duration of COVID, we had no internet. So we weren't doing Zoom hearings before. Now, we finally got it in the courtroom, but we don't have the equipment to actually implement Zoom. So just so you know, it's there. It could be a cost savings because we do almost everything over the telephone. And we have 3 lines in our courthouse, so that means that when we're in court, we have 2 lines that we're using because that's the max that we can have of defendants on the lines. So that means that that's cutting from our court business. Now, if we implement Zoom, we'll open up those lines, and that also saves us money because we don't have to call defendants back when they're trying to call in for court. So we're constantly having to call them back so that we can do their hearings. So those are some cost savings that we're looking at. Areas that we absolutely cannot make cuts at are attorney fees. Our attorney fees are outrageous. Our courthouse repairs are sky high. We are constantly having to deal with our AC going out. We are dealing with, I know I'm not ever going to have enough time to tell you all the things that are happening in our courthouse, but we just do not have the amount of money that we need to run an effective courthouse. In fact, we are Precinct 3, one of the largest precincts in Pima County. We have yet to establish a relationship with the Thon-Optim Nation, and that could, when we establish that relationship, the hope is that we'll be able to bring more cases to our courthouse. In addition to that, when the border was closed down, that impacted us months before and months after that closure. So we are not getting the kind of workload that we had last year because people are still afraid to go over the border. So that's having a huge impact on us. When we think about increasing our revenue, that would be looking at possibly adding an additional automation fee. We'll start to charge more for the attorney fees and then possibly the full probation fee. But keep in mind, our people in Ajo have no money. There's no industry there.
Thank you.
So it's impacting us. So thank you.
Appreciate your time. Jan Bell?
Good morning. My name is Jan Bell, and I was the Pima County Trail Access Citizen Advisory Committee Chair. The committee was convened back in the mid-1970s by the County Planning Department. The focus was to preserve permanent access to existing historic trails and use areas on public lands, such as Coronado National Forest. Of particular concern were those trails on public land which had been reached only by crossing private land, as was the case at the north end of Campbell, and as well as most of the Front Range of the Catalina Mountains. It was a critical time in the mid-70s to take action, as private development was occurring ever closer to public land boundaries. The county, with extensive public and agency input, developed a plan to ensure permanent access for the public, to include pedestrian rights-of-way and areas for parking. The resulting trail access plan was approved by the County Board of Supervisors. It identified 13 trailheads and included an official trail map, which included the north end of Campbell. In most cases, the public access was to be obtained during the subdivision approval process. It was contingent on approval there. It was done flexibly. The landowners could work with the county and the agency and public land agency to work out the best option for access. But any attempt to, this is in this document, any attempt to alter the basic goals and policies of this plan or to amend the official trails map will necessitate approval by the Pima County Board of Supervisors. The closure of the North Campbell access didn't follow this standard. And if this trail access can be so easily abandoned, what about the rest? How many more? I'd like to ask that closure of access at north end of Campbell be reconsidered, that be done by the Board of Supervisors with full public disclosure and opportunity for public input. And again, if this trail access can be so easily abandoned, how about the others? Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick of time.
Thank you. Paul Stapleton Smith.
Supervisors and Administrator Lesher, I'm here to thank you for item, especially on Agenda 21. Thank you for a lot of things that you do, that we get to work with you. I'm here as the Political and Legislative Director for IETSE here in Arizona and member of the Health and Safety Committee of Arizona Jobs with Justice. And what I want to commend you for is how forward-thinking and thorough this agenda item is. And Sarah Roberts spoke earlier to specific suggestions. What I would ask of this board is that we don't wait, that we get started, and especially in collaboration and support. How can we, from the Workforce Board, the Board of Health, we have so many ways already, not devices, but arrangements where we can do collaboration, and we specialize in bringing the community together. We do, you do too. And so I would like to just again, thank you for not only how forward-thinking this is, but the urgency with which you're approaching this. We would like to get started right now on behalf of all of our AFL-CIO affiliates and all of our community members. We would be very grateful to help in any way that we can, and again, I just want to thank you. The staff that I get to work with constantly with the county, amazing, innovative, and I'm just very grateful that we have you, of course, representing us, and if there's anything we can do specifically over the next 30 days to sort of jumpstart this and really collaborate in a meaningful way. I know resources are getting scarcer with budget. We're very, very aware of that, but we don't come empty-handed. With our national partners, the National Council on Occupational Safety and Health, the AFL-CIO, we have best practices models, so thank you again for all that you do.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Araceli Benitez.
Hi, my name is Araceli Benitez, and I'm here on behalf of my cousin Isaac Benitez, who was brutally murdered as he was jumped, dragged, and ran over by Anthony Duran and Antonio Castro. I want to ask today, why are plea deals being handed out to the murderers without the victims' lives nor the family being considered? We don't feel safe in our own neighborhoods or homes or in fear for our lives as these murderers are out and live in the same area. Yet nothing can be done or is being done, and these murderers are walking around free. These murderers are out and continuing to live the same harmful life as prior, posting pictures with guns and drugs. Yet again, nothing can be done. We let Chris Ward know and Judge Manor know, and they continue to let them out for pretrial services as they took pleas. These charges were dropped from second-degree murder to manslaughter, but Isaac is still not here with us today. They took his life and should be charged to the fullest extent. It's like they pity these murders instead of the victims' lives that they take. More needs to be done, and plea deals need to stop being handed out to the people who do not deserve it. You would think safety would be the main concern, but who is there to keep us safe? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask my colleagues if they wish to respond to a criticism, ask the staff review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I know that Director Pereira with the Parks and Resources Department has already responded to some inquiries from the Southern Arizona Hiking Club. But I would appreciate it if staff could get contact information for Ms. Kuhn and Ms. Bell, and because I believe they've raised some issues with regard to the closure of the North Campbell Trailhead that have not been raised in those earlier communications with our office. So if you could please follow up with them, and then also get back to the board in terms of the issues that were raised with us today. Thank you.
Any other? Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Lee.
Oh, thank you. So with regard to the gentleman, the environmental impact fees, and then I believe the second gentleman.
Mr. Kickness, I believe.
So.
Jerry, yeah, we have a.
Okay, just I was hoping to make sure that, staff is looking into that and clarifying that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I would like to echo what my colleague Supervisor Scott said about the trailhead access. I didn't know that there wasn't public comment. If there was, I mean, is that supposed to happen? That's my question. In addition, I do want to ask Administrator Lesher if she could look into what Judge Sarah Mae Williams talked about with the budget, and see what can be done there. We know that everyone took a 2% cut, but when the budget is small, 2% is a lot of money. And thank you. Thank you for coming and speaking to us, Judge. I would like to also look into, I feel so badly about Isaiah Escalante's death, and I appreciate you coming forward to share with us. I couldn't imagine the pain. I would like to understand better why, if it is true that I'd like to know more details about how the Pima County Attorney's Office came to where they are with this, and what has happened with the individuals that were charged with his death. In addition, I don't know enough about the plea deals, and if you are supposed to talk to the family before plea deals are made. I don't know that process, and I'd like to understand that better from the courts. And also the shipping containers issue in Diamond Bell is a real difficult balancing act, because you do have the homeowners in Diamond Bell, and then you do have the individual landowners outside, but it's still called the Diamond Bell area. And I want to thank our development services individuals and our Department of Environmental Quality, because they're always being called out there. And it actually, there was a situation that really put one of our employees in danger last week, and I'd really like us to look as a county, and use that as a training opportunity for our employees, because although our employee, I thought, did a fantastic job in handling that escalation, I was worried that he could have been killed very easily. And I would like to know what could have been done differently to make sure that our employee would have been safe, and use it as a training opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, I just have one question regarding the closure of the trailhead I'd like to have addressed. It took Board of Supervisors action to create that trailhead. How come staff has the ability to close it?
Supervisor Christie, this part of the questions after call to the audience are real limited to ask staff to review a matter, ask that a matter be put on a future agenda and respond to a criticism. And so I believe that Administrator Lesher can send the information to all of us. And then if you would like to have a public discussion, we can agendize it. But we can't have an exchange during this time because it's not agendized that way, unfortunately.
No, I beg your pardon, I wasn't asking for a discussion. I was asking for staff to address that question and get back to our office.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay. Okay, I think we're all set then. And so we're gonna jump to item number 9 on the addendum, and that is Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge. This is a resolution number 2024-24 of the Board of Supervisors supporting expansion of the Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge. This is an item brought forward by Supervisor Lee.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. And I would like to ask two individuals that really are key in the Cabeza Prieta Refuge and this resolution. I'd like to acknowledge and ask Mike Quigley, the State Director of Wilderness Society, to come forward to our podium, and also Aaron Cooper, who drove all the way from Ajo this morning and is the Executive Director of the International Sonoran Desert Alliance. I also want to acknowledge Nicole Fife, who was very instrumental in assisting to write this resolution. But before we get started, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution, I do want to say that the Tohono O'odham Nation put forward a resolution in 2023, and I'd just like to just say that, read one portion of it, is the incorporation into the Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge would provide greater protection, prevent incompatible development, limit damage from motorized recreation, preserve the cultural resources and sacred sites. So it also said it is in the nation's best interest to support the management transfer of lands managed by BLM near Ajo into Agua Prieta Refuge. I also want to mention, as I was studying this, Senator Kelly has written a letter to our Interior Secretary, Haaland, and also one of the key things that's really very fragile in this area is the endangered Sonora pronghorn. And they are existing in that segment of land that we would like to have transferred over. So I'm happy to read it, or would one of you like to read it?
No, go ahead.
Okay. This is a resolution of the Pima County Board of Supervisors supporting expansion of Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge. Whereas the Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge is an 860,000 acre refuge in western Pima County that is part of the Sonoran Desert Biosphere region and provides critical habitat for Sonoran Desert wildlife and protection of invaluable cultural resources and wilderness values. And whereas the Bureau of Land Management manages the Cuerda de Leña 58,000 acre area of critical environmental concern, which lies adjacent to Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge and south of Ajo, and whereas those lands have been subject to activities such as boondock camping, unauthorized off-road vehicle use that have degraded the area's natural and cultural resources, and whereas a proposal is now before the Secretary of the Interior to transfer these Bureau of Land Management lands to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to become part of Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge and concurrently withdraw mineral rights for the same lands. And whereas transferring these lands lands to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would add important protections for cherished resources and further the goals of Pima County's Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan, and whereas the proposed transfer includes conveying 40-acre culturally significant site known as Doag Vecho properties to the Tohono O'odham Nation, and whereas Tohono O'odham Nation Legislative Council approved these two resolutions in 2023 supporting transfer of lands managed by the Bureau of Land Management to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to expand the refuge, and conveying the Doag Vecho properties to the Tohono O'odham Nation, and whereas the transfer also has broad-based support from Ajo Chamber of Commerce, International Sonoran Desert Alliance, and members of the Ajo community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors supports expansion of Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge to include transfer of the Cuerda de Leñas land to the Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge and the Doag Vecho properties to the Tohono O'odham Nation. Number 2, calls on the Arizona Congressional Delegation to encourage the Secretary of the Interior to initiate the required National Environmental Policy Act process. And 3, direct the county administrator to continue providing county expertise and resources in support of this expansion, and to transmit this resolution to the Secretary of the Interior.
Are you saying that in the form of a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
I'll second. Okay, so I have a motion and a second, and then it would be adopted on this day, right? The May
Yes.
21st? Okay. Did you want to have more discussion and then we'll vote?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
great.
I would like to invite Mike Quigley or Aaron Cooper to say a few words and tell us how this got started perhaps and why it's so important to you.
Sure. So thank you, Board of Supervisors, Chair Grijalva, and staff for inviting us here today. I'm Aaron Cooper, Executive Director for International Sonoran Desert Alliance. We're a tri-national organization working at the intersection of Sonora, Mexico, Southwest Arizona, and the Tohono O'odham Nation. And so we have nexus in Ajo and are based in Ajo. And this really came about from kind of like 4 different areas of interest. One is what has already been discussed is a vested interest by the Tohono O'odham Nation and the Hiachiratam community of really seeing some locations of sensitivity that were being exposed to incompatible usage profiles. And so looking at what are some options for things that we can do differently here. 2 was a growing economic development initiative that many of us are working on, which is attracting more visitation and really branding Ajo as that small town with a big backyard, but wanting to make sure that we put up some guardrails on that and having a present and thoughtful steward of landscape that we're out in. So currently BLM has a single staff for 180,000 acres. So that is 1 law enforcement staff for that entire block. So very focused on drug interdiction and not really worried about how people are using the landscape. Whereas Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge has an office in Ajo, has staff in Ajo, has wildlife biologists in Ajo, is just really present and available to better steward some of those lands. And then the other one really being this as the location for recreation for the local Ajo community, and wanting to ensure that that continues to be the case and that local community does not get evicted from or displaced from being able to use the landscape in a recreation way. And so that's really what started this conversation, exploring what are some opportunities here, and realizing the legislation is in place for Department of the Interior to do an internal transfer of management from BLM to Fish and Wildlife Service, and just really asking the DOI to start that NEPA process and insisting on robust community engagement and community feedback. But that's really what we're advocating for, is say, let's have that conversation, let's start talking about it, because we think it's a wise way forward.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, county staff. My name is Mike Quigley. I'm the Arizona State Director for the Wilderness Society. I live here in Tucson, Arizona. And to echo some of what Aaron said, we're looking at this Cuerda de Leña ACEC, approximately 58,000 acres of Bureau of Land Management managed federal public lands south of Ajo. It's in the little corner, if you have a mental map of that part of Pima County, where Organ Pipe Cactus National Monument meets Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge, and then this Cuerda de Leña ACEC, Area of Critical Environmental Concern, is in that corner just south of the town of Ajo. We're looking at that area for a number of reasons. One, it's great habitat for species like Sonoran desert pronghorn, which are endangered, which are using that area currently from the released captive breeding pen on Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge. That's a great endangered species recovery story that we can talk about another time. Sonoran desert tortoise, LeConte's thrasher also use this landscape, and as Aaron pointed out, it's high cultural value to the Tona O'odham Nation and the Yached O'odham community in that area, including the old town site by Darby Well, which is referenced in the resolution. And then finally, as Aaron mentioned, it is very proximal to the town of Ajo, so it is seeing recreational use both from Ajo residents and from winter visitors and tourists coming to that part of Pima County. And we feel that Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, having a conservation first mission as an agency, are best positioned to manage this particular acreage. The Bureau of Land Management has a multiple use mission, which is appropriate in many places, but also, as Aaron pointed out, they are managing this landscape from Phoenix rather than from Ajo. So since this can be an internal transfer authorized by the Department of Interior, the Wilderness Society urges you to vote yay and adopt this resolution today. And then, as Aaron pointed out, we'll begin a broader public discussion with Department of Interior and local residents about the best path forward. So again, thank you for your time. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Supervisor Lee, thanks for bringing this forward. Any other discussion, or would we like to vote? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Thank you so much for bringing this item. And then what I would say is perhaps what we can do in addition to sharing this resolution, the way it was outlined, is also send something to all of our congressional delegation so they make sure that they're in the loop too. Thank you. We appreciate you coming. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So we have a lot of items on the agenda, but we have a group of people here that are here for item 21. So I'm wondering if we can go ahead and jump to that really quickly. Okay, so item 21 on the regular agenda, I'll just read a little statement as an introduction. We live in a desert, and its summer heat has always been an issue. Climate change, however, last summer brought the hottest summer in the Northern Hemisphere in recorded history. Each year, the summer death toll rises and more residents suffer from heat-related illness. As a member of the Board of Health, this was a huge item that we discussed at our last board meeting, and there's data to prove the increased heat-related illness and death. To try to remedy this, Pima County has created cooling centers for the general public. The increase in heat-related illness and death has prompted our office to bring this item forward for your consideration. The time is now for us to act to protect our workers who toll in this increasing heat from all of the effects of this heat-related illness. We need specific plans for protecting those who must work outdoors or in our buildings or enclosures lacking adequate cooling. It is not onerous, and it's the right thing to do. So there is an item that, as it's printed on the agenda, I'd like to suggest a couple of modifications. Considering that the staff is heavily involved in budget, but acknowledging the reality that summer is fast approaching, we're actually scheduled on record, or they're projecting to have a 100-degree day tomorrow. I would propose the following adjustments to this posted agenda item. Develop requirements for county departments to bring back to the Board of Supervisors by the June 4th meeting a plan for protecting employees from heat-related issues as delineated in a March 26, 2024 City of Phoenix heat ordinance applying to external contractors. Develop a public campaign to be shared at the Board of Supervisors meeting on June 4th that would inform local businesses what Pima County is doing to protect its employees from extreme heat and encourage them to undertake similar measures. Develop a plan for county enforcement of internal and external mandates for protecting workers from extreme heat, and develop language for inclusion in all future contracts that would require their adoption of heat plans to protect workers from extreme heat working in departments of health, working with departments of health, procurement and risk management, and focus groups with employees who work a significant portion of their routine day to create this language. And so I think that that's critically important because, you know, I can sit around with a bunch of people that work indoors and come up with heat plans and maybe come up with things that we think are going to be helpful, but that might not be something that's being asked for by those employees who are working every day in this heat. Some of the things that I am hoping maybe will come out based on the conversations that I've had with employees is a plan to include quarterly access to on-site medical staff to look to do skin cancer checks, clothing with UV protections, hats, gloves, portable shading, and many of our employees are purchasing these things on their own, and I think that that's important. And also to ask them what they think would be helpful. Modified days to start really early and maybe end late, you know, like there's a break in the middle. All of those things are things that I think would at least start to come when we're asking workers who work in these very hot environments what would be helpful for them. So with that, that's sort of what I was bringing forward. I'm wondering if my colleagues have any thoughts on the item. I know this is the first time we've looked at it, but it really did come about as the impetus for it was the city of Phoenix passing their heat ordinance, and then us looking at what is it that we're doing to protect our employees first, and then rolling it out to hopefully, and that's something that would come back to the board, obviously, asking all of the vendors and organizations and companies that work with Pima County to also sign on to this kind of heat protection plan.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yes. For clarity purposes, what you're forwarding, is that in the form of a motion to amend this and then bring it back unvoted on today at the June 4th meeting?
Yes, for the plan to come back to the board. And I can say that in the form of a motion.
Second.
And have a second by Supervisor Hines. Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
My question then is we're not going to be voting on any of this today until June 4th.
Well, we're voting to really direct staff to bring all of this information back on June 4th, and there's a lot of moving parts here, so I did want to do it as a way of formal direction with a vote, which is discretion. We can do that or not, but
is that then approving what we have before us now?
Yes, it would be approving what I just read.
Okay.
As amended.
Well, I have a number of issues with this. First of all, when we discussed this at the last board meeting, we received assurances from the county administrator that we would not act in haste and that we would take our time to make sure that the county did not make the same kind of mandates and incursions into the private sector or even employee sector without taking time, so it didn't replicate the hasty actions that the board took during COVID. And now the ink was hardly dry on this resolution at the next meeting, and within days, Madam Chair, you had this all planned to go to the next board meeting. This is about as hasty as you can get. So I wonder what happened to the pledge that there be no hasty actions. Also, a lot of this is going to be implemented before the board has voted on by the next meeting of June 4th. I think that's lacking in the transparency that everybody's so concerned about with the public. And there's another couple of illegal issues here. First of all, in the packet, relating to this agenda item, we're referenced the City of Phoenix ordinance. I have yet to see the City of Phoenix ordinance. How can we vote on something, and how can the public have any knowledge of what we're voting on without the replication that's being utilized by the City of Phoenix that we want Pima County to do? I have no idea what the ordinance says in the City of Phoenix, and we can't expect the residents of Pima County to wade through all the materials to look up the City of Phoenix ordinance, and that should have been included so we have an idea what you're trying to replicate everything on, and we don't have that. So I would suggest that we continue this until we get a copy of the City of Phoenix ordinance so we know what we're talking about. And then I think there's a legal question that Mr. Brown might want to address that I would think would be necessary before we voted on anything. And that is there a problem with a county replicating a city's ordinance? Can that be done? And secondly, why didn't we go to Maricopa County's ordinance? We went to a City of Phoenix ordinance. So I don't see the connection there, and I don't think we see apples for apples, and it's lacking in transparency. So my overall question is, how do we look at this situation without having the ordinance we don't have? It's not right. Secondly, this is how things develop, like a lot of things in Pima County. First, we start with county employees, putting them under these mandates and putting how they are to react to heat and the likes. We start with the county employees. Then it goes to the county contractors, those who do business with the county. We tell them they can't do business until they adapt to this heat ordinance. And then finally, and most egregiously, it goes to the private sector, to Tucson businesses, that the county is mandating all kinds of regulations on their employees, and that could lead to higher wages. It could lead to shutdowns of businesses. It could be put into any kind of form, just like COVID was. And I can see it happening. The board, through this process we're dealing with today, sets a high bar. Like, let's say when the temperature reaches 90 degrees and is sustained at 90 degrees for X amount of days, automatically employees will get paid an additional, what, $5, $10 an hour? This is going to be a very difficult situation for businesses to have to adapt to. And it seems to me, being a former employer, and the most important thing right now with the scarcity of a workforce, that employers would make sure on their own that all employees were protected and all employees were aware of the hazards of heat. We don't need a government regulation, a county resolution to tell employers how to treat their own employees. Employers are having a difficult time filling positions, and they want to make sure that they have a healthy, stable workforce. And to try to tell them how to do what they're probably already doing is not only redundant, but it is a real incursion into the business community that nobody's taking into any consideration here. So my feeling is that we should move to continue to June 4th with the proper background materials before we vote on anything. We don't have the ordinance, we don't have the input from the business community, and we don't have the input from suppliers, and we don't have the input from county employees. There's a lot left unsaid on this that would, I think, preclude us from not voting on this issue right now in such haste with little transparency, and that we should continue it to the June 4th meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So just to clarify, the plan would come back to the board on June 4th, which is why I read out the changes to what is printed in the agenda, because I acknowledge the fact that while there is some urgency in the fact that it's getting very hot very quickly, I do think that it's important for us to be able to look at all that information before we vote on whatever this plan is going to look like. So that's the first thing. And the other is, you know, when it says, that's why I changed it to develop and not immediately develop and carry out. I want to make sure that we have buy-in from all the departments that are affected and the employees that are working in the heat. So as much as I think it's a great idea for us to do it, I don't want to roll out something, and I don't think any of us want to implement something that hasn't been well vetted. So there's that. So it will come back on the 4th. And then the other projections about imposing things on Pima County businesses, none of that has been discussed as any part of a plan. I think that's sort of a reference to maybe some of, you know, the COVID restrictions that really, those were done statewide. This we're talking here is our regional sort of approach. So I'm going to see if anyone else wishes to add something, and then otherwise I'll come back to you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I think it's incredibly important to be proactive as possible. I speak from the perspective of the healthcare community here. We would love to not see people coming into our emergency departments with heat exhaustion or dying, because they can die from heat exhaustion, induced injuries, kidney failure, rhabdomyolysis, where literally your muscles disintegrate into little itty bitty bits that shred your kidneys. It's awful. It's not particularly a nice way to die. And also, if you hadn't noticed, or if you hadn't heard from friends or family, or perhaps yourselves, we continue to be at or over capacity for our emergency departments and our hospitals throughout the state, and especially Pima County. It takes hours and hours and hours for me to admit a patient from the ER having a heart attack, for example. They could be waiting for 7, 8, 10, 12 hours to get a bed in the hospital. So whatever we can do to reduce, to protect lives, preserve lives, and the health of our population is, I think, something we need to absolutely pursue as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Chair Grijalva, I wanted to ask the county administrator, and I know some of this may come back on June 4th, but as you know, I'm not able to participate in the June 4th meeting. I wanted to get some sense of the processes that we're going to follow, both in terms of following up with protections for our employees, and also reaching out to business, industry, and labor in terms of input, in terms of anything we may seek to do in the private sector. And I'd like to know also if we, in that process, how we're going to take into account existing local, state, and federal laws or regulations that may already be in place, especially in the private sector.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott. I think you've delineated some of the organizations and individuals that we would pull together as part of focus groups or meetings. We have many of our industries in the community that do a lot. We'd like to learn from them as well. We're continuing to talk to our own employees. As you've heard, the list of UV protection, long sleeves, breaks in the day, what are those best practices and how do we need to put them together? What we've been anticipating, communications is already working on, is a variety of documents or flyers or information that could be posted on our website that the community or businesses could download and use if they so chose. But that we are not looking at any kind of amendments into current contracts, as we've indicated, what would we do down the road? But I think part of what you heard is let's start pulling folks together who are out in the field. Let's work with the businesses who exist in the communities today who are out in the field and see what we can learn for them. I'm also looking at what are the other administrative procedures or directives with which we need to crosswalk. An example, we have policies about not letting cars idle because of, for a variety of reasons related to our fleet services department. On the other hand, when it gets hot, we can encourage employees to go sit in their car and turn the air conditioning on. So what are the rules that we need to make sure we're not simultaneously encouraging an employee to do and then having any prohibition on the other side? Again, let's start looking at our community and see what they're doing as well. So I think what we will come back to you with on June 4th is the result of some of those preliminary conversations with our employees and with businesses.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Supervisor Christie, and then we're going to go ahead and vote.
So nobody said anything about where's the ordinance of the city of Phoenix. So we need that. That's not included. I would then make a motion or a substitute motion, but I don't see how any motion can be, that today the board takes no action on this item and that it be continued to the June 4th meeting, and all of the peripheral information that has just been cited by the chair and by the county administrator and by me be presented and be made available to the public and to the Board of Supervisors, and then we can have a vote one way or the other on June 4th, but no action taken today.
Okay, so that's a motion.
I so move.
It dies for lack of a second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the item as I read. into the record, and then I sent a copy of those comments to Ms. Manriquez so she can update this. And then we'll make sure to get out a copy of the Phoenix resolution. And then we worked with legal to change some of the language, but we didn't include that here because it's mostly a reference to. Anyway, but either way. So we have a motion and a second on the item as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your patience. Okay, so now we're going to move to item 28. And we're going to jump around a little bit because budget items are located all over the agenda. All right, so item number 28 is the Enterprise Resource Planning ERP presentation. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, and I will just say what we're looking at as well is potentially going from 28 into 43, 44, and 45 if possible. Those are contracts.
And 47.
And 40, lots of these on today. Relating to the ERP presentation, this is a project that was started by the county administrator in 2020 to replace most of the software package within Pima County, as we are required to do. Nancy Cole has been the director of that effort, works very closely with Javier Baca, who's our IT director, so I'd like to turn it over now to Ms. Cole. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry,
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie?
Yes, well, I'm in agreement that we're going to, at the same time, address 43, 44, 45, and 47. I'd also like to include number 29, 30, and 50, 51, and 52.
Okay,
They're all in the same area.
Right, so those items, Supervisor Christie, we're doing this presentation 28, and then we're going to move to 43, 44, 45, and 47 because they're related to the ERP. And then some of those other items that you're talking about, are in procurement, and we can talk about that after. But that's the reason why they're coupled together, is because they're all related to this item, 28.
Well, it does say information technology, and as long as we have the director present, he can stand and be asked if we have any questions.
So, okay, so can we go ahead and move through these items, and then at the end of 47, you can bring up the other items that you'd like Mr. Baca to address?
Sure, as long as he doesn't leave.
Well, I don't think he's leaving. We'll stop him at the door. Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and go on to the presentation for item 28.
All right, so Chair Grijalva, members of the board, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much for this opportunity to give you an update on our project. It's very important to the county, and we appreciate being able to keep everyone informed and aware of what's going on. So everyone was asked what's an ERP. It's an enterprise resource planning. And essentially this just means it's a suite of software that together operate all of our daily business needs relating to any of our resources, our financial resources, our work and asset resources, or our human resources. All right. And it's very important that we have these functioning and in a current century, I'll say, systems, so that we can be efficient and effective at our work every day. So why do we need an ERP? The ERP is what we do our everyday business in. We've got our procurement activities, paying bills, all of our contracts. It allows us to do all that work. And why do we need to do a new one? We need to do a new one because just as a car that's reaching 200,000 miles or a building that is a certain number of years old, this software system has reached its end of life. And 2020, we found out that it needed significant upgrades, and the county administrator put us on this project to review this. And we went out for an open and competitive bid in order to get the best system we could that met the most needs and could be effective for Pima County moving forward. We needed to address lacking functionality, including grant management or e-solicitation, e-procurement, better payroll software, and project management in order to address these critical issues related to what had become problematic system patching and need for increased security around our IT system. So this new ERP or system will keep us continuous and current with improvement that occurs twice a year instead of sitting stagnant for a decade the way our current system has.
Thank you, Ms. Cole, and Chair Grijalva, members of the board, County Administrator Lesher. So I'd like to expand on what Ms. Cole was referring to in terms of this car analogy. The ERP system is a very complex system, and the previous system reached roughly what we would refer to as its end of sustainable life, meaning in order to sustain the previous system, it was going to become ever more and more complex and expensive to maintain the complex environment that was previously supported. This obviously allows us to also reconsider current practices and evaluate some better practices that can be implemented and shed ourselves from practices that are due or outdated and due for improvement. We also have lacking capabilities that the previous system provided that the new system will enhance. Increased security and recoverability, and that also, it's speaking to a core tenet of risk mitigation, and in moving to a system of this does mitigate significant risk related to a complex ERP system as such. We are also looking to increase functionality and gain efficiency. We're migrating to a more sustainable architecture through this migration to the new ERP system. In the next couple of slides, I want to give an overview of the complexity of the ERP system. The ERP system is an interconnected set of integrations. By integrations, it's how data are exchanged between the core system and all the ancillary systems that communicate back to the core system. So as you can see from this, these slides, you can see how many endpoints exist for each of the each of the components that consist of the ERP, what we refer to as an entire ecosystem of collection of endpoints that communicate back and forth between our ERP system. In this particular one, this is just our financial area, and our financial system is going live on July 1st. So you can see under each one of these, the number of endpoints that are interconnected, and this is just speaking to the complexity of this ERP system. In the next slide. And I failed to mention the previous slide. In our July 1 go live, we are affecting approximately 1,000 employees directly who will begin to utilize this system to replace what they currently use and begin using this new system. So approximately 1,000 employees are going to be affected. Now our second slide here shows an additional layer of complexity with our human resources or human capital management, HCM system, which is the go live for January 1 of 2025. And this affects all 7,000 county employees. So the ERP system is a critical component of how business is done in the county. And what we wanted to emphasize is the level of integrations, because we're speaking to, well, why were there some adjustments to the time frame? And also, how will our employees benefit from these changes to this? So I'll pass it back to Ms. Cole to discuss the employee side of this.
So these are the project's employee-focused project goals. Implementing a countywide user-friendly software, so that's critically important that it is more user-friendly than our current system. We need to improve transparency, reporting, and access to data. This is both internally and externally to the public, being able to have better use and review of the data that we put in so that we can better plan and make decisions moving forward, and to improve those integrations between best-of-class software systems to meet our current business needs or exceed what we've had in the past. So this helps us eliminate manual processes of extracting and reloading data and make sure that everything is in sync so that those reporting tools are more consistent. All right, and then we're going to look at our timeline. So this is our timeline. So there was concern that this was delayed, and although the phase 1 financials, we have chosen to take some additional time. That additional time choice was to make sure that those integrations, those critical connection points, are well vetted, well tested, and will stand up to that go-live period. So what we have done is added a quarter to that financial phase one. That has us coincide with the end of the fiscal year so that we would go live July 1. That brings forward some benefits to Pima County. It allows us to end in our old system 1 year, and it contain all of that information for audit and reporting for that fiscal year, and then start new in the new system in July moving forward. As you can see, the HCM is actually running concurrent. Phase 2 Human Resources is concurrent with the financial system, and that is planning to be done December 24. That must occur. That is the last pay period in December, and it will also roll into the new current year, the new calendar year, 2025, and that must happen again to just be consistent and complete with one system in terms of reporting for tax purposes. As you'll see that big red dot, the systems we have are no longer supported at that date, so we are going to have to meet this deadline. There is no opportunity for failure. We will be moving forward. We just want to point out that this is not a significant change to the original plan. Instead, it is being prudent with a one-time system. This touches everything in Pima County, and we have to be certain that as we move forward, we are doing the right thing for Pima County.
So as Ms. Cole mentioned, and I was referring to the complex integration environment that is necessary to be part of this implementation, we have some slides to speak to what the cost comparisons between the previous system and also related to what's being presented for consideration by the board today in approving some of the change requests that are on the agenda. This is a breakdown of the total increase from our preliminary budgetary cost that was presented back in February of 2023, and it realizes a net increase of about 14.9%, $2.6 million from the preliminary one, and that you can see how it's broken down by each of the different subcategories of the type of increased costs. Most of them are integration related primarily, and that's just speaking to the complexity of the integrations. An important reason why that occurred is because you can't do a deep dive until you fully begin the implementation process. We understood the scope and complexity from a preliminary review and award, but as soon as going back with our car analogy, as soon as you open up the hood and really understand how all the parts work, you understand how complex it is. It takes more time to implement something as complex as this. So it's, again, as Ms. Cole's mentioned, it's the prudent decision to implement this in the most effective way for the county to realize the county's goals and to add some of these additional integrations so that those goals are reached. As equally important is the maximal implementation. That's another item this for the board's consideration today, and that's an increase of $500,000 for 27% from what was initially proposed when we initially made the contract for Maximo. But it's for the same reason. It's for integrations that ensure that we're realizing the goals of this upgrade. We're realizing greater efficiency, greater automation, we're eliminating manual work processes and workflows that have existed for years, and that will ultimately improve in greater efficiency by the county overall.
All right, and then we also wanted to look at yearly ongoing costs. So when we talk about the new ERP compared to the current systems that we're using, we're looking at what are those yearly costs that we're spending for that software. So as we get this new system, we're going to consolidate the backbone into Workday, which covers many of the areas that used different or separate software previously. We'll also still be containing Maximo like we had previously. And you can see that the current system we have is about 3.5 million. That actually goes down. So our core system costs go down a little bit. But what we have done is add that functionality that was missing before. Managing grants, which brings in hundreds of millions of dollars to Pima County to better oversee those. E-procurement and e-solicitation, the ability to accept digital proposals and be able to evaluate them digitally and then move to contract negotiation all digitally. And then project management software to be able to track, on average $200 million a year that we're spending on projects. Those are significant increases in our ability to understand and manage what we're spending in the county. I'd like to also point out that the items in gray, you can see in IT support and on-premise hardware costs go away. Okay, so that's what we're currently doing to host internally here on site. And instead, we're going to have an ongoing support service to help manage change over time with these complex integrations between these different systems. We've outsourced that. That is a very high-tech, high knowledge base that we can't really keep in a public organization. So this will ensure that we continue to have these at that high level over time, realizing that this software does continuously update, continuously change, and manage our systems appropriately because of that.
And just to continue on that particular topic, again, with the car analogy that we've used, that last item on there, which is one of the items for board consideration today, is to award a contract for ongoing support services of those integrations. So I would like to relate that analogy to, we purchased a new vehicle, and now we're buying the extended warranty from the manufacturer of the vehicle, rather than trying to find someone who can continue to maintain such a complex environment. It really is a prudent decision, and it is the right way to do that, given the other considerations that Nancy spoke to about maintaining the level of skill set related to maintaining a level of complex or integrations that has been developed to improve the county's ERP system ultimately. So that concludes our overview. Certainly want to answer any questions that the board may have related to this upgrade.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. So just, and maybe I misunderstood this, but did I hear or see that the system, like our human resources system, is going to sunset or become inoperable 3 months after the new one starts? And do you think that's enough? I mean, just in case stuff isn't going exactly as planned. I don't know your world as well as I know some others. So is that like a standard amount? Is 90 days enough, or do we want to make that maybe like 6 months? Or I don't know. I'm asking questions about things I don't know a ton about, but can you maybe respond to that?
Supervisor Hines, Chair Grijalva, and the board, we're equally concerned about that. So we can't influence that. That software is so out of date that the ADP, our software that runs that, will no longer support us after that date. So that's the criticality of this project. This has been an extremely short time frame to implement a project of this scale and magnitude, and everyone on the team is well aware of that and focused on getting this project done and ready so that we don't run up against that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I liked your analogy of buying a service contract for an automobile from the manufacturer. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's great.
We saw a lot of figures and a lot of percentages and a lot of time frames. Just to try to simplify it, how late is ERP implementation and how much over budget?
Supervisor Christie, Chair Grijalva, and the board, it is not late. We are going to finish as planned in December, because if we don't, we will not be able to finish. So you're referring to phase one. Phase one is 1 quarter late. We intended to go live April 1st, but we built in some time frame to be able to handle that financials going a little later. It means we're overlapping those 2 phases concurrently. So then, specifically for the IBM contract, which is the implementation one of Workday, the main backbone of this, that is $2.6 million over budget. We originally planned to spend 17.5. That puts us, I think, at 20.1. And, that's more than we intended, but as you can see, the significant portion of that increase, probably as much as 1.8 of that is based on the inclusion of integrations not done internally by Pima County, which was the original plan, but to use IBM, and again, like you're saying, using that manufacturer's expertise to have us build those integrations with that expertise instead of in-house. We just do not have the resources to be able to follow the original plan and have that done with our IT here. So that is the bulk of the increase. If you also look at that Maximo contract, and we're adding up, that was all 6 of the amendments in that contract added up to that total value. Same thing with Maximo. A considerable portion of that $500,000 is specifically for integrations. Instead of using out of the box, we are getting custom integrations that will match, meet or exceed the way we currently operate with our Maximo system now. Only we'll be using a much newer version, and in fact had been trying to upgrade to this in the past and had been unable to do so. So we're very excited to bring this new functionality on board.
Administrator Lesher, and then I'll go back to you, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. And I think it's important, what we have brought before you today is, as I think Nancy has continued to comment, as well as Mr. Baca, we're looking at additional services and support that we have added to the initial package in what we believe will provide for much greater efficiencies in many of our processes, many of which are the ways in which we serve the public and provide customer service. So it's not one of those cases that we're looking at what we currently do now, and as we took a while, it just costs more. We're looking at additional packages. But for full transparency, because those contracts have been coming to the board, and later today you have some very significant contracts also coming to the board, we felt it appropriate to just take this moment and provide the overview of what's occurring with the ERP system, and really make sure that the board is absolutely clear about what those additional costs for the new services might be. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie? Do you have another question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One final question, and again, I understand and agree with Supervisor Hines. This is out of my bailiwick, and it's a lot of stuff that obviously is above and beyond me. But recently, the Sheriff's Department had some sort of a hack. Does the new system have any implementation that could prevent that, or being involved with that?
Administrator Lesher, Director Baca?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. Supervisor Christie, yeah, so the issue that occurred at the Sheriff's Department, just for clarification, was ultimately proven to be a false alarm. It was a fortuitous false alarm. It was the layers of security monitoring systems had a recent update that triggered something that was constantly being scanned for, but with that recent update caused it to be triggered. However, that being said, I think that, I wanted to clarify that there was there's no hack of the system. But to your question, which I believe is...
Well, what was it?
Okay, so what was it? So yeah, there are firewalls in the sheriff's office, and the firewall with a recent update to a layer of security monitoring that occurs, that extra layer started to detect some of the queries that are generated out of that firewall that indicate a potential communication to an external threat actor. Those indications started alerting once the new system was upgraded. Previously, those firewall rules had already been there just to ensure that any traffic directed towards that external threat actor was detected, and in some ways this was a verification of the extra layer of security that was implemented. We saw a false alarm effectively. So it wasn't an internal hack. It was a false alarm it took some investigation, and so we brought in some outside expertise to assist to ensure that we were absolutely certain there was no internal intrusion, which we did determine. There's no intrusion.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Okay, Supervisor Scott.
I want to thank Ms. Cole and Mr. Baca for their presentation. Ms. Cole, at one point during your comments, you made reference to existing software that's extraordinarily out of date. As we transition into the new ERP, what internal controls do we have so that we are always staying on top of the age of our software and knowing throughout the county when and how we should be replacing software so that we don't get to the point that we're saying, wow, this is amazingly out of date.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, supervisors. I think you hit on one of the key benefits of this upgrade. We are now moving towards a system that is going to be maintained current by the vendor itself. So there's a 6-month update that occurs on a standard schedule that affects all Workday customers, which the Workday is the system that we're upgrading to. And on that system, we are fortunately forced to stay current. We no longer can afford to lose sight of that, and that's quite frankly how we found ourselves into a difficult spot with the previous system, is that because we hosted it internally, we find ourselves not being able to stay current with the most current version and suffering the inefficiencies related to and the lack of current capabilities, increased functionalities that do come with periodic updates. But the new system is going to be upgraded automatically on a 6-month schedule.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Okay. So we've had that presentation, and now if we can go to item 43, 44, 45, and 47. Those all have to do with IT, and I'll go ahead and move those items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Items passed unanimously. Supervisor Christie, did you have another IT item that you mentioned?
We just addressed 43, 44, 45, and 47?
Correct.
Yes, if we could go back to procurement, 29 and 30. There's some elements of this that are connected. Can the director talk about why we're amending our policies in these two categories?
Administrator Lesher, Director Baca, it's under procurement, it's revisions to supervisor board policy.
Thank you. Chair Grijalva, they're not IT related. These deal with just contracts.
Okay.
I've got them in the wrong order. Number 29 relates to the small purchase, board policy 29.3 for small purchases. It was last updated in 2017. We've had some we've had some concerns along the way, or problems along the way, if you will, of when we had to bring an item to the board. What we're doing since the change, what we are proposing to do is change to the procedural direction that any software purchase less than $10,000 can proceed with the procurement director's approval. So IT directed, but it is related to the procurement process. That's item 29.
Madam Chair, it does reflect ERP in the background in these items.
And thank you, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie. It does relate specifically to the software purchases, but it is the amendment to the procurement piece and relating to how board supervisor policy related to small purchases. It's simply amending the amount that can be procured without coming back to the board, changing it to clarify the amount to be the 10,000. That's your item 29.
And then 30?
And
what's the question?
This one, thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie. I am going to ask Mr. Baca to speak to this because it does relate to some of the significant concerns we've had with negotiating contracts with IT. We've been going forward with some of these large national companies.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Administrator Lesher, Supervisor Christie. Item 30, if you allow me to just pull my screen up here with that item here. But I do want to reiterate what was just mentioned, is that it is tied to the ERP discussion because the procurement office has updated its policies to reflect the new practices that are related to a newer system that we're utilizing, right? We're using e-procurement systems. And so previously we didn't have an e-procurement system in place. So our policies are being updated to reflect the new practices that this ERP system is going to provide. So if you give me a second to review the item 30, excuse me.
Chair Grijalva, I can help a little bit there. I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie, because it's modifications to our contract process. And as we've indicated, to really deal with some of the current and the best practices that we look at while we're developing the ERP on what Mr. Bach has been working with. What we're looking at is, in addition to certain agreement types provide for procedural direction, we need the delegation of authority regarding some of those user agreements. Does that help,
Yeah,
Mr.
yes,
Bach?
thank you, Administrator Lesher. So the county has been reviewing its procurement procedures quite extensively for the last year and a half. And we've been working closely together with the county attorney's office, with the procurement office, to update the policies that allow us to procure items in a way that reflects the current marketplace and the current procurement guidelines that we work under. So that's what this policy is updating. It's updating the contracts and the processes that we use to receive authorization to proceed with a contract, and to ensure that all contracts are compliant with the legal terms and conditions that are required for entering into any contract, especially for software purchases. And I think that's why this item in particular was brought for approval by the procurement office.
Any other questions, Supervisor Christie?
No, Madam Chair, I'll move the items.
Okay, so you're moving 29 and 30. I'll second.
Correct.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Christie, and I seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passed unanimously. Now I know we have Supervisor Christie.
Just out of concern for the keeping it together, is there any kind of relation to the director's presence that could be beneficial on 50, 51, and 52? I mean, we're talking $8 million. It's odd that 50 and 51 they're almost mirrored. It's kind of confusing. And then we've got another $400,000 there as well.
I'll go ahead and move items 50 through 52.
And I'll second them.
Thank you. Now, what's your question, Supervisor Christie? What?
Is there any, first of all, 51 and 52, 50 and 51 look like they're the same thing. And then we have another $400,000 with Hewlett Packard. I was always under the impression that we weren't involved with HP anymore.
Administrator Lesher.
But why?
Mr. Baca.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Administrator Lesher, Supervisor Christie. Thank you for bringing this up, because it is, I can understand the confusion. You have two different Dell contracts that are being awarded. Dell recently changed its practices to not allow direct sale for certain types of software services, specifically hardware service and storage services. However, we can continue to provide, they will continue to provide direct sale for user devices like laptops, desktops. So the first item, 50, is to allow us, it's a renewal of the contract that the county that uses annually to ensure that we have the life cycle replacements for all of our user laptops or user devices. So as departments get upgrades on a 4-year cycle, this allows us to make those purchases to ensure that our departments have current and up-to-date laptops. And those are only life cycle devices. That, in comparison to item 51, that is a change to the server storage line items that are available for purchase from Dell. And we can no longer buy direct from Dell, so the county completed a recent solicitation and an award to enable the county to use this contract, so that when we have different type of Dell equipment that needs to be purchased, such as storage, we now have a contract that will enable us to make those purchases as well. So I hope that clarifies it.
Yeah.
All right.
And 52 with the Hewlett Packard?
Yes, sir. So 52, you are correct. We don't have a lot of Hewlett Packard equipment, but we do have a large number of printers and scanners, and the majority of this MA will be entirely consumed by maintenance for the existing printers and scanners, the hundreds of printers and scanners that exist across the county, the older equipment that it needs to be maintained.
Okay. 8 million here, 8 million there, 400,000 there. That's up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion, a second on 50 through 52. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We are getting close to our executive session, 12 o'clock sort of time certain. And so I'm wondering if we could address items number 20, 24, and 25. Those are elections related. Item 20 is amending the Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for the month of August 2024 to include August 12th, a special meeting for the canvass of the primary election. The special meeting will be held virtually. I'll go ahead and move that item.
Second.
I have a second I move the item and a second from Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 24 is the cancellation of the uncontested precinct committeeman races. I'll go ahead and move that item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor
I
Scott.
just wanted to ask Mr. Brown, do I need to recuse myself from voting on item number 24 because I am in one of those uncontested races?
Mr.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so you're also in there. Okay, great. So I'm the only one that didn't get paperwork in, I'm sorry. Okay, right, awesome. So we have a motion and a second, and Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Scott have indicated that they're going to recuse themselves because they're listed here. And so all in favor say aye.
No, he took
Oh, you
my
have a-
second.
I'm replacing his second.
Oh, you're replacing the second. Thank you so much. Supervisor Hines second. I'm sorry. Okay, so I have a motion and a second from Supervisor Hines. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you. Okay, now item 25 is pursuant to ARS 16248 designation of vote centers for the 2024 primary and general elections. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I just wanted to ask Ms. Lesher to please pass on thanks to Ms. Hargrove because I think she took a lot of input from our offices and other entities around the county, and I really appreciate how widespread the distribution of vote centers is. So please convey the board's thanks.
I shall, but if I may, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, just to acknowledge the Deputy Director, Mr. Jeremy George, is here today. So
Sorry, Jeremy.
we will thank him as well and ask that he extend thanks to the Director. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a
Chair
second.
Grijalva.
Oh, Supervisor. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Chair Grijalva, the reference in the agenda is to ASR 16248. It's just a clerical error. It should have cited to 16411B4.
411B, as in boy, 4?
B4, yes.
That's what he was going to say.
Wanted to make
Okay.
sure that's the statute that authorizes.
Okay, so just to clarify then, this is pursuant to ARS 16-411B4, the designation of vote centers. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passed unanimously. And so I was hoping to get to hearings, the public hearings, but we have quite a large number and we're going to run into our time certain item. And so we will be as expeditious with executive session as we can, but can I go ahead and have a motion to go into executive
So moved.
session? I have a motion from Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously and we are in exec. Okay, thank you so much for your patience. We are back in session. Go ahead and address executive session item number 1. This was an item that was discussion only. Item number 2 was discussion only. Item number 3, discussion only. And item number 4, discussion only. And then if we flip to addendum item number 12, this is a proposed settlement with Welch versus NAFCare. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 13, proposed settlement with Rothwalker versus Napier. I'll go ahead and move the item as discussed in executive session.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And this is item number 14 is a conflict of interest waiver regarding Mesh, Clark, and Rothschild PCs. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed.
Nay.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Hines voting no. Okay. Thank you. Now, if it's okay, we'll go ahead and move to item number 67, their hearings. Appreciate your patience. We were trying to get to those before. We have several speakers for these hearings. This is a hearing, item number 67, hearing regarding the comprehensive plan amendment for Vickery South Old Spanish Trail. We have several speakers that I'm going to call on, and if you can just come to the front after I call on you. I'm anticipating some people might have left, so I apologize. Richard Brown. Oh, he's telephonic. Is he on the line? Yes? Okay. Mr. Brown? How about if I skip to another person, and then if Mr. Brown comes on, you'll let me know. Mel Meister, Alice DiMatteo, and Dick Bull. Yes, feel free. And you have 3 minutes to speak on this issue.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Start. Hi, my name is Mel Meister. I promise I won't yell at you guys. Thank you for the opportunity to voice our oppositions concerning on such a busy day. Let me get right to the point. I want to be as brief as possible, and I'd like to make sure the board is aware of a few items. I had a conversation with the assessor's office last week. They told me the property that was being assessed, the property that we're talking about was assessed as only 1 acre commercial and 5.13 acres residential. The applicant is now looking to double it to 2 acres. The county has received opposition letters from almost every one of the properties within the 1,000-foot notification area, and then many more outside of the zone, with the exception of the national park, which for some reason as of yesterday, they haven't commented yet. The property's non-conforming exemption expired when the business closed. The proper resource sensitive designation was reinstated to conform to the surrounding properties. It's been over 9 years now, that almost a decade, that the property has been vacant. At what point do we allow an old expired classification to be renewed? We were told that the property had historic value, yet the applicant told us that the existing historic building is beyond repair and needs to come down. A comment that was made at the last hearing was that we knew it was a restaurant when we moved in. Many of us have moved in after the restaurant was permanently closed, and we knew it was classified as resource sensitive. The applicant closed on the property a couple years ago, and he knew that the property is classified as resource sensitive. The applicant has stated in the letter to the county, that he currently doesn't have the resources to develop the land. So I must ask the board to deny the request to allow for an expired unwanted, unfinanced, and by definition, a non-conforming classification change to our resource-sensitive community. A couple seconds, we're just a bunch of neighbors that are concerned about the land around our home. And we don't have an engineering firm to put together a nice package that they submitted to you guys. And I agree, all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed, but it's almost to a common sense point now. I mean, this property is adjacent to the park, right across the street, resource sensitive. It just makes sense. And I'd like you to look at it from that point. Thanks.
Thank you. Alice DiMatteo? And Mr. Brown, are you on the line? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Thank you for all the work you do.
Yes, hello. My name is Richard Brown.
That's okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, okay, just a moment, Mr. Brown. I apologize. Yeah, okay, go, Mr. Brown, and then we'll go back to Ms. DiMatteo. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Richard Brown. I live at 5358 South Old Spanish Trail with my wife, Patricia. I am part of a neighborhood group that opposes this plan amendment. Supervisors in Pima County oversee the delivery of many municipal services from budgets to roads and education. Included in these responsibilities, although not often mentioned, is to look after the well-being of their constituents. That is what we are asking you to do today, to look after our well-being. I'm speaking of the day-to-day activities, things you might call commonplace, walking your dog, taking your dog for a walk, doing some gardening, playing with your children or grandchildren in your backyard, enjoying a quiet dinner on your porch, taking an evening stroll. They are the small things that fulfill your life. We ask that you respect and encourage these moments by preventing the disturbing traffic patterns, general commotion, vendor deliveries, and nuisance noise that accompany the running of a restaurant. For the past 9 years, we have enjoyed the peace and quiet our location and our community have provided. That's why the majority of us bought homes here. We are asking that you protect that ever-diminishing family environment by voting no on this amendment, plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DiMatteo.
Hello again. I'm Alice DiMatteo. My husband and I live 1,000 feet from the property in question. We bought here because of the park and buffer zone. We were concerned about the vacant restaurant, but were informed that the property was resource sensitive and no business could open there. Mr. Vickery bought a few years after us, knowing the same thing applied to his property. We bought because of the lawful protection, and Mr. Vickery bought despite the lawful protection. Now he wants to change the law for his own profit. Years ago, the community leaders created a buffer zone, which is why all properties here must be 3.5 acres or more. We now have to fight the very thing that they were trying to prevent. They recognize that there would be people who would want to develop a swath here, a parcel there, but good development must be planned. Now that's being jettisoned. Well, this is just one instance. What about other properties adjacent to the park? Are we just going to keep chewing away at those? Anyway, according to the county, classifications may be changed due to evolving needs of the community. What has evolved around here is rapid-fire development. Valencia and Houghton have exploded into residential and commercial corridors. The true need here is to shore up protection of this single road along the park. It's only about 2 miles total, and we're just asking that it not be infringed on. We are asking not for change, we're trying to prevent change which would benefit one person or a number of people who want to make a profit. Please come drive out to the national park. And probably everybody's been here. People come from around the world saying this is the right. This is one of the few things America got completely right. And now we're going to chew away at it. Anyway, we ask you to join in the business of preserving the irreplaceable. the indescribable, the awesome. Join the group of citizens who through the years have made the good development decisions of the Southwest. Thank you.
Thank you. Dick Wolf?
Thank you. My name is Dick Bell, and I agree with everything this woman said, even though we have last names that are different. She is my wife. We met in the Gila Wilderness over in New Mexico, and it's a long story, but we've been married now for about 3 years. We both cherish the wilderness. We bought an old house on Old Spanish Trail. It's one of the original houses out there. It's just a 2-bedroom house. We have spent 5.5 years fixing it up, and we've done most of the work ourselves. I want to commend you folks for the job that you do. I hear a lot of criticism. This community, Pima County, Tucson is a wonderful place to live. It's more than just roads. Roads are important, but the quality of life in this county is the best place I've ever lived. One of the biggest assets that you folks have is the wilderness area. There's 550,000 acres of national park, wilderness, and national forest directly across from our house. That's on the outskirts of a city that is 1 million, almost. On the other side of Tucson, you have the West National Park. You have Tucson Mountain Park. That needs to be protected, all right? I'm going to leave you with one thing here. Putting a restaurant in this resource-protected area is like putting a wart on the nose of the Mona Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you. Roth, Margaret McCurdy? And Ira Winograd.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi. I too am a member of the community.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
I too am a member of the community who is speaking here today. We do live in a wonderful neighborhood that was quiet. The restaurant in question was there formerly. Prior to that, and I believe the artistic thing, or the reason this should not, the historical thing, is that this was in a movie years ago with, who was the name of the movie?
Sidney Poitier.
Sidney Poitier. And it was, it's amazing stuff of that particular building. It was made at that building, and our road is not even paved, Old Spanish paved. It's that great. You know, so that's not the point. The point is that it was a restaurant temporarily. It was never decided to be that way. It is supposed to be rural. It's a rural crossroad, and they're trying, the gentlemen here are trying to have that changed into a free-for-all. That's one issue. There's another issue between the traffic. The Department of Transportation put out a memo this week that said nothing wrong with the traffic. We live there. When the road from Vail was opened, Valencia was opened, it was remodeled, a stoplight was put there, we now get a huge amount of traffic on Old Spanish Trail. When we come out of our parking, which is right next door to this proposed restaurant, we have to stop. There's a blind turn 30 feet to the right of us, and we can see nothing. And we have to literally count the cars and go, okay, now it's safe to go. Zoom out and hope to God we don't get hit. That's my time, isn't it?
No, you have 57.
Okay, all right, well, I'll keep going. So the traffic thing is another thing. They've got some traffic numbers that are ludicrous. The traffic is very, very heavy there, and it's only a matter of time. It's hard enough for the people that live there. But when you get to put a business in there where people are having restaurants, having alcohol and whatever else they're doing, an accident is, they don't know to watch for the traffic the way that we who live there do. And so I've got to say, this is a dangerous corner anyway. So it's just that I really hope that you can maybe slow down and look at some more information that's coming in. We have information that demolition has been done that was not permitted. We have all sorts of information that we've found. I'm asking you to look into it. If we can just slow this down, not make any crazy decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ira?
I also live on Saguaro Crest, and I'd like to talk about the actual zoning. The proposed zone is resource, the proposed zone is for crossroads, rural crossroads. The purpose of that zone is to provide services for the local community. Standard zoning practice, planning and zoning, is to create nodes so that you reduce reliance on automobiles, pollution, gasoline, and whatnot. In our case, our road, our driveway, is 27 houses, to be exact, and most of them are just occupied by 2 people, and each house is on 3 1/3 acres, and that little community can't really expand because there's a national park on the other side of the street, so we don't really have a community that's going to be served. If I need to go to a restaurant 1.2 miles from our front gate, it's a gated community, is Saguaro Corners. The other issue, which is sort of, I think, outlandish, it's not a crossroads. It's not a crossroads. Saguaro Crest Place is a private gated driveway with a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, and it's a dead end. It's not a crossroads. The term crossroads is not, unfortunately, it's not defined in the code. But common sense definition would be a public road. Otherwise, it would be any private driveway, and potentially 100,000, you could have 100,000 applicants to, whenever someone wanted to sell their property, increase the value, you can apply as a rural crossroads. So the common sense definition is that it's a public road, and there's no public road crossing at that point, and it's in the middle of an S curve with posted 35 mile per hour speed limit, which no one follows. Just quickly add a couple of red flags. The applicant was asked by the planning commission to meet with neighbors, present their plans. That never happened. And as my wife mentioned, demolition was done by heavy equipment. And as a neighbor of mine called up the city, no demolition permit was ever obtained. So there's just some red flags here.
Thank you.
One last thing, if people come from around the world.
Your time has expired. I apologize. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you waiting. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this issue for the public? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and
I'm the architect.
Madam Chair?
yeah, Supervisor Christie, did you want to speak in the public hearing?
I would like to hear from the staff, a report from staff on this.
Okay, let me just hold for a moment. You're the applicant, did you want to speak at the public hearing, or you're just letting us know that you're the applicant?
I was letting you know that I'm the applicant.
Okay, great.
And if you'd like to speak to hear more about the project.
I think that we're going to hear from staff. Thank you for letting us know that you're here. I think that all of the information was included in the item. What, did you want to hear about something specific, Supervisor Christie?
Well, yeah.
And let me go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, thank you. Well, first, let me ask if there's a motion on this item. I know I'm asking.
I'd like to make a motion.
You'd like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that that this item, Vickery at South Old Spanish Trail Plan Amendment be moved for acceptance.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. So I'll go ahead and move that we vote no on the change of the plan amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
To deny the plan amendment. And I have a second by Supervisor Scott. Any other discussion? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, this doesn't seem
Supervisor
normal
Christie.
procedures for this kind of an agenda item. We usually hear from the developer, the owner, the staff. We heard from the residents who don't want it. I think it's only fair that the staff give a report as to what their findings are. After all, they're the ones that are saying they're approving it.
No, I understand, Supervisor.
We ought to find out why they're approving.
Supervisor Christie, I understand, but that's why I asked if you had a motion and if there was a second. I think that we've all had opportunities in our offices to listen to constituents and staff. And so I do actually have a motion and a second on the floor. So I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, and this is to deny the plan amendment.
Okay, Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. Item is denied 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting in opposition.
And we're not even giving a chance for the developer to make a statement or for staff to make a statement.
We're moving on to the next item. We have a very full agenda, Supervisor Christie. So now we're on to item number 68. This is a hearing regarding Unified Holdings LLC, South Arcadia Avenue, specific plan rezoning. And this is a hearing. Do we have people to speak on the item? Is anyone here to speak in opposition of this item? Item 68. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask if there is a motion.
Oh, is that me? Sorry. Okay.
I'll go ahead and move. So, go ahead.
I move to close the public hearing and approve the specific plan rezoning subject to standard and special conditions.
Thank you. I'll second. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 5-0. Item number 68, I'm sorry, 69, I apologize. This is the Yarborough Trail, West Ironwood Hill Drive rezoning. This is a public hearing, and I have several cards here from people who'd asked to speak on this issue. Donna Snyder, Steve Dolan, Steve Borazon, and Stephen Yarborough. You're the applicant. Okay, so those three. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Donna Snyder, and my husband and I have lived in the Gates Pass area for the past 17 years. And I am currently the president of the Gates Pass Area Neighborhood Association, also known as GPANA or JAPANA. We are an all-volunteer nonprofit organization representing over 200 individuals who live in our Gates Pass area. Our mission is to act in the interests of our members on issues such as limiting commercial development, reducing litter and crime, and retaining environmental quality. Retaining environmental quality, that's why I am here today. JAPANA is asking that the request by the Yarborough Family Trust to rezone the property at 4375 Ironwood Hill Drive from an SR to an SR2 designation be denied. The Tucson Mountains are classified as a special area within the Pima Prospers Plan. The Yarborough property lies within the buffer zone, a 1-mile designated area abutting a federal, state, or county park. In this case, Tucson Mountain Park and Feliz Paseos Park. The buffer zone is established to preserve wildlife corridors and habitat, allowing our native animals to move freely throughout the Tucson Mountains. Rezoning the property from SR to SR2 may not seem like a big deal, but it could send a signal to other larger property owners in our area that they too can request rezoning, which would chip away at our low-density properties and provide themselves a financial windfall. And I just want to mention that no mitigating circumstances were presented by the Yarborough Family Trust at the Planning and Zoning meeting on March 27th. We conclude there is no dire or legitimate reason for this property to be rezoned. GPA&A stands on the principle that we do not want to see any increases in residential density in the Tucson Mountains special area. Keep the Tucson Mountains a low-density haven for the residents and the Sonoran Desert wildlife that live in this unique place. Thank you for your consideration and for the work that you do to help keep our Sonoran Desert the special place that it is. Thank you.
Steve Dolan?
Good afternoon. In the 1970s, Pima Community College classes also helped me get my U of A degree. So we've heard about on the east side, the Old Spanish Trail, now we're in the west side. Honorable Chair and County Supervisors, deny this rezoning to protect the Tucson Mountains and the Sonoran Desert environment. I am Steve Dolan, a county resident and a board member of the Tucson Mountains Association who have been protecting the open land, the animals, plants, and lifestyle for 90 years. For many important reasons, and as Pima County Development Services has said, the Tucson Mountains are better protected than most places because it's so unique. A few months ago, I gave a Tucson Mountains tour to New York artists who said, the houses are so far apart, there's lots of desert plants and there's lots of room for the animals. It's a desert environment. In your Board of Supervisors attachments for this proposed rezoning and at the March 27th Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, Development Services reported this proposed rezoning meets the comprehensive plan low intensity 1.2. There is no information about SR zoning, and this is a rezoning request. The next day after the P&Z decision, Development Services explained the 2015 Pima Prosper's comprehensive plan to some TMA members. We were appreciative, but more confused and surprised because the comprehensive plan allows higher density than the SR zoning code in the Tucson Mountains. The 2015 comprehensive plan includes a S8 Tucson Mountains special area, as Donna said, and the stated purpose in the special area is to protect this special environment. The comprehensive plan includes low-intensity urban, or LIU, for the entire Pima County. TMA's surprise is that 3 of the 4 LIU land designations are higher density than SR zoning allows. Only LIU 0.3 matches the SR code. The S8 Tucson Mountains map shows 130 SR properties in the higher LIU areas. 59 of those 130 are LIU 1.2, just like this rezoning request. Development Service says each rezoning request is separate, but they seem to lack the authority to deny a rezoning application and let it move forward, the rezoning request, because it meets the comprehensive plan. Approving this rezoning based on only the comprehensive plan and not zoning code could set a precedent for up to 130 rezoning cases. I don't think you want that many requests to happen in the Tucson Mountains, and there could be unintended consequences of more buildings, more traffic, animal odors near their neighbors, less open space for wildlife, and damaged Sonoran Desert environment.
We appreciate your time.
The board has the authority
Thank you.
to deny
Your time's
this
expired.
rezoning
Thank you
request.
so much. Steve Borazon? Did you want to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have exhibit, I guess, A or something, right about here. You guys see that?
Thank you. I think they'll turn off the
What that does is just kind of talks about my property and the proximity to the requested rezone. So, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Steve Borazon. I'm a native Tucsonian who retired after 20 years of public service with Pima County. Searched to find a great neighborhood for my next chapter. I recently purchased the home right here at 4325 West Ironwood Hill Drive, adjacent to the subject rezoning. I have a photo that depicts my home's proximity to the Yarborough residence and each property's current use. Before you is the revised request to allow 2 lots for residential use rather than the originally proposed 3. Under this revised scheme, the guest house will be converted to a single family residence and will use the same driveway as the existing house. I share the views expressed by the Tucson Mountain Association, Gates Pass Neighborhood Association, and numerous area residents. I'm concerned that if you grant this request, this rezoning request, there will be subsequent requests. And this will let the proverbial camel's nose into the tent, which will greatly and seriously affect the neighborhood's character and lifestyle. And for this reason, I ask that you deny this rezoning request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also have Mr. Yarborough. Did you want to speak? And if anyone else wishes to speak on this item, please let me know. Otherwise, Mr. Yarborough is the last card I have. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Board, I appreciate your efforts and time of considering this rezoning request. My family purchased the 20 acres that you saw on the map there that Mr. Borzon had. Built the family home on one parcel, split it into 5-acre parcels, built the family home on one parcel, built the one that Mr. Borzon is in now, and then built the one up just south of there. And this was in 1973. So since that time, they developed CR1 all the way around that 20-acre parcel. It's completely wrapped except for the north side, which is still the SR zoning that's there. I originally, being that we had CR1 everywhere, I originally went with the CR1 zoning, and I proposed that to the Tucson Mountain Association to get some input to see what kind of feedback I would get. Got a lot of resistance, got a lot of issues that they were worried about. So I went back and went to the SR2 zoning, which we dealt with all the HDZ issues, all the open space issues, and not only that, it also, if I understand it right, the SR, the Suburban Ranch Estates designation is kind of a transition between high density and low density housing, so I thought that works perfect. I was born and raised in this area. I've lived up in there for the last 50, 60 years. And it's my backyard. There's nobody in this place that has more love for the Tucson Mountain, for the Sonoran Desert, for the vegetation, for the wildlife. That's been my backyard since I was a kid. But anyway, going back through some of the research on some of the applicants or some of the letters that I received or that the commission received, it's amazing to me that the majority of those people live on CR1 lots or smaller. I think that's a little bit disingenuous. The CR1 zoning is there to allow people to enjoy the prestige environment that we live in. We live in a very, very special place, and to live in that area is a privilege. And to negate the ability to live on 2.4 acres, and the other thing is that all the disruption to the current property is basically done. There's not going to be a lot of changes there other than tearing down an old tack room that used to be before the horses that were in there, an old hay barn, and constructing a small garage for the guest house itself. That's the amount of the damage that will be done.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Okay, so is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this issue? So I'll go ahead and... no, you can come and speak, or because it's a public hearing, I can't. And then if you could fill out a card whenever you're done. You have 3 minutes, please.
Ken McCutcheon. I sent a letter in, yesterday. So I'm a 65-year-old native of the Tucson Mountains. I lived in one house for 40 years. So I've seen it all in the Tucson Mountains. I've seen them put the towers up on the Tucson Mountains where it was approved for one antenna. Now they've got 5. They've got a bunch of satellite dishes up there, which none were approved for. Trails Inn wasn't there back in that day. Neither were the 2 houses or 3 houses on the very top of the mountain. They came in there, they scarred that whole hill up, plowed saguaros down, put houses up there and put lights in them and everything else. So with those things being said, plus all the homes they built in Trails Inn, Carrie's thing is unique. There's only 2 structures on the property. One structure will go with each split. One's a house, one's a guest house. That's all he wants to do. He's going to use the same common driveway. Other than that, the neighbors aren't even going to know. There's only one person here today. Only one person out of 16 names on all the letters and the Tucson Mountain Association and her organization. One person, and he spoke earlier, that lives directly behind Carrie, that came here today and complained. Period. You can see Carrie's house when you drive by. You can't see the guest house. You will never, if you don't live behind there, you would never know that Carrie's going to split that lot. And once he does, you'll never see the impact of it. So I would ask for it to be approved. As a long-term resident of the Tucson Mountains, I would ask that they do the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, when you're done, if you could fill out the card, perfect. Thank you so much.
I'm Brenda Moore. I'm Carrie's sister. I was raised in that house for a big part of my teenage years. I think the bottom line that I can see is that you guys are assuming that when that property is split, which was my mother's wishes that he receive, the guest house area, it's no longer going to be a guest house. It's going to be his residence. So when you guys start thinking that this is creating
If you can speak to us,
what do you call that? Like it's going to create something that's going to be ongoing, people building a house, building a guest house, splitting it, da-da-da-da-da. I mean, the acreage, once it's split, it's going to be bigger than the acreage that's in front of our house like it is. They're acre lots. The guy that spoke just before us, he's on one of the 5-acre lots he just recently purchased. Got a beautiful property. But I think you need to consider that this is not going to be a guest house. It's going to be converted into a home. And he will receive, hopefully, Lord willing, the property that he was promised on Mom's passing, plus the acreage that's above that. And the main home will sit on still the 3-point-whatever acres that it's been on for the last 50-something years. So I think you guys need to consider that. I know I'm definitely a desert lover. I have grown up in the desert. I'm a native of Tucson Mountain area. So when you guys start thinking about, they're going to tear up the desert, they're going to disrupt, you guys should have started thinking about that before you started building the acre lots in front of the Tucson Mountain area. It used to be just 4 and 5 acre lots. And now we're kind of the ones that are still sitting on 5-acre properties. And all we're asking is that you permit us to do what my mother's wishes were. But that's where I said I still have a minute. Somebody else can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Does anyone else wish to speak on this issue? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And I would like to ask staff a question, but I'll go ahead and go to you, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. This is for staff too. This kind of rezoning is not going to be, or there can't be like a commercial use. This can't turn into a restaurant, or this can't do anything other than what is being presented. Is that correct?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, Chris Poirier in the back. Yes, that's correct. There are conditions specific to this rezoning that will only allow it to be split in half to utilize the home in the front and the guest house in the back, and that's it. It will not offer any other uses.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Did the homeowner and this proposal, did you all have an opportunity to work with the neighborhood association? So all of the details were clearly delineated out, because some of the things that I heard about what this could mean and what we're being told will be happening with the property are different. And I just want to make sure that that everyone understands what will be changing with the footprint of the property. And I'm not sure if you could answer that question, Mr. Poirier.
Madam Chair, I'll do my best. I will say the original application, when the applicant first submitted, they did come in to turn the property into 3 different lots. In order to accommodate that, they also were going to put in an parallel driveway to Ironwood, and then it would have jogged up closer to Mr. Borazon's property. From a policy standpoint, from other aspects of the zoning code, we pushed back on the applicant, suggested he meet with the TMA. He did, came back in with, in our mind, a much better application. Dropping that 3rd lot, let them utilize the shared drive. Really, the disturbance now will be the historic disturbance of the home and the guest house. With that, I met with Tucson Mountain Association, I believe, at least 2 times. We're also engaging them and Japania right now with our long-range planning efforts, Pima Prosper. So this case is sort of a good example of what they should be focusing on as we're talking about our long-range plan. The impact of the plan on a rezoning. So been trying to educate the group as much as we can over and over. There does seem to be some misunderstandings out there about the difference between zoning and the plan designation. But yeah, at the end of the day, if this is approved, it will be approved for only 2 homes over the entire property. It does not then necessarily set any precedent to the board. Each rezoning stands on its own and has to be reviewed and approved by the board accordingly.
Okay. Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Mr. Poirier, just to follow up on the point that you just made, and I'm going to quote the comments that staff made, might have been you, might have been someone else from your department. During the public hearing, it said, staff summarized that SR2 zoning is a perfect transition between the SR and CR1 zoning, and that this request does not set precedents as each rezoning request is weighed on its own merit. We can take that at face value, but what would preempt a future applicant or their legal counsel from saying, well, now, wait a minute, you did this for
this one.
Mr. Yarborough, so that is a precedent.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, this is actually a good conversation to have, because adjacent to their property, directly to the west, and 1 lot over to the east are 2 CR1 subdivisions. The board now is not compelled to approve this ask just because they are adjacent to CR1 zone. So the other CR1 zones that they're surrounded by are not setting precedent today for their decision. What we look at is the long-range plan designation, which is LIU 1.2. What that says to the world is they are eligible to ask for a rezoning as they'll be consistent with CR1, but through this process, we've seen it work where now they've actually backed off and they're now compromising to ask for SR2. So I think this case is a good example of other rezonings in the areas do not set precedent, right?
And just to follow up and to make specific reference to the department's actions and intervention at the beginning, you did push back on the initial plan and would likely do the same in the future if you thought it was something that was incongruent with the area.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, that's correct. We look at the board adopted policies that then impact our recommendation. So Mr. Dolan earlier of the TMA brought up a policy specific to the Tucson Mountains. That policy helped us come to this outcome with our recommendation. We looked at it, talks about things about scenic quality, about a change of density as you move closer to the park. So we look at the comprehensive plan, we look at adopted policy before we make a recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do you have a motion?
I would move to recommend approval, subject to standard and special conditions, consistent with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff.
Second.
Thank you. Have a motion by Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Hines. I am fairly conflicted on this issue because I have had an opportunity to speak in detail with both Gates Pass and the Tucson Mountains Association. I appreciate Mr. Yarborough coming and explaining, what the desire is for this property and that it is a property that you plan on living in. There was some comment in the notes about whether the other property would be sold, and that was sort of like something that the trust would decide. I appreciate that this is a beautiful place to live. The Tucson Mountains is gorgeous and not something that anyone wants to sort of continue to chip away at, as some of the letters have said. So that's where a lot of my concern lies. I feel like there are certain areas in our community where we have to stop the rezoning. And I appreciate our last speaker, who, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but I don't have your card, but yes, who said, this board has made some, if the way you described it, some really bad decisions as it relates to development in Tucson Mountains, and I don't want to be a part of any of those decisions that we can look back on and say that wasn't the best thing for our community. So given that, we have a motion and a second, and I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
This is to close the public hearing and approve subject to standard and special conditions. Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
No. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Christie and Grijalva voting no. That might be the first time that happened, Supervisor. I feel like I haven't said that before, but thank you. I want to thank everyone who came to speak, and I hope that you all as a community can continue to work together and, and do the best for this really beautiful area that you live in. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we start on the budget hearing.
Oh.
Yay, okay. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Item 70, we have a speaker. Let me go ahead and do that really quickly. Oh, okay, this is a hearing, zoning code text amendment. This is an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors related to zoning, Title 18. Brendan Lyons?
Good afternoon, Chair Grijalva, members of the board. My name is Brendan Lyons. I proudly serve as the Government Affairs Director for the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. And on behalf of SABA, I extend our sincere gratitude for the opportunity to provide input on the proposed amendments for transit-oriented development. These amendments are vital for establishing standards for residential development along major transportation corridors. We believe that these changes will significantly transform currently underdeveloped properties into vibrant multi-use infill centers, enhancing the quality of life for residents and addressing the pressing need for increased housing supply in Pima County. We are in full support of this amendment and encourage your favorable consideration. By promoting infill development, we not only make efficient use of existing infrastructure, but also contribute to sustainable growth and community revitalization. These amendments are a step forward in fostering a balanced and inclusive development strategy that benefit residents of Pima County. However, we would like to propose one additional change for your consideration. For section W2E, water source, the current language, we encourage the current language to be replaced with the following. must be located within a water service area of a provider that complies with Arizona's Assured and Adequate Water Supply program as demonstrated by the designation of Assured Water Supply or Certificate of Assured Water Supply. This revision ensures that the future developments adhere to Arizona water law and align with the goals of the Active Management Areas program. And by doing so, we can guarantee that new developments are sustainable and adequately supported by the reliable water source, a crucial factor for long-term planning and environmental stewardship. I would like to finish by stating that we sincerely appreciate the diligent efforts of county staff and the commission in crafting this important amendment, and we look forward to continuing our collaborative work on policy matters that foster greater opportunities for commercial, multifamily, and residential development in our community. Together, we can create a thriving, sustainable, and well-planned future for Pima County. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak on item 70? Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Hines. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
No.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Can we just go ahead and finish the hearings on this page? Item number 71 is a hearing for rezoning resolution. It's resolution number 2024-23, Pacific International Properties. It's a Thornydale Road rezoning. This is for District 1. I hear? No? I'm not sure. Okay. We'll just come back to that one. Okay, because I'd like Supervisor Scott to weigh in on that item. Okay. Now we're on item number 26. This is the monthly financial update. And I'll go ahead and turn over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. And what we're going to do in the next group of financial-related issues, with your indulgence, is go through what the current monthly financial statement looks like, some of the upcoming areas, and then move back in to the beginning of the agenda and start through the budget. But hopefully you'll have some background as we go through that. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Director Moulton.
Supervisor Grijalva, or Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, what we have presented for you today is the financial update for the period 9, which is March of 2024. The slide that is up on the board represents where we stand as of March 31st. You can note that we have experienced increased revenues, $15.5 million over what was budgeted. Those are in the areas of state shared sales tax, some interest income, and a refund from the state in the All-Tex program. That has not changed in the last couple of months. The expenditures are also $5.3 million lower than what was originally budgeted, which is a good thing. So overall, we are coming in with $781 million worth of expenditures as compared to a budget of $879 million. The majority of that difference is the general fund balance reserve that we have put aside. Next slide, please. We have another item on the agenda, which is the use of contingency. In the 24 budget, we had set aside $5 million to address inflation in the general fund. In January, we presented to you a request to allocate approximately $1 million to various departments, mostly facilities management and the sheriff's department. What we did this last month was continue that analysis through the end of April and are requesting an additional $457,000 of that contingency fund for inflation be allocated to a series of departments. You see them on the slide here. The majority of that is going to facilities management and the sheriff's department. We looked at 3 areas specifically: electricity, food supplies, and fuel and oil. You can see here that overall we are requesting for this installment, $475,000 worth of the contingency to be allocated. The total allocation out of that inflation contingency would have been $1.6 million. Do you have any questions related to that? Next slide, please. The other item that is on the agenda related to the financial update is the budget remediation plans. Throughout this year, we have been presenting to you on a monthly basis when departments are identifying that they will be going over budget. What we have here is, as I said, period 9, March. You see in front of you a list of 5 general fund departments that are projecting to be over budget as of March 31st. That represents these departments have been making some efforts to control their costs. We have received word from the Superior Court that juvenile court is now back in budget, effective for period 10. The recorder is projected to be almost $500,000 over budget. That is specifically due to the state legislature had passed a bill providing the recorder with an additional $900,000 worth of funds to be spent on election and election-related activities. The recorder went forward and started spending that money. In late February, early March, we received word from the state that they were going to claw that back. So this all represents the recorder trying to do what the legislator had encouraged her to do, and she's already spent the money. What you see here is what we are recommending at this point is, in order to mitigate these overruns, is to put in place a hiring freeze for the departments that are listed on this slide, and to suspend any discretionary spending. That would include things like travel, training, expenditures that are not essential for the core services of the department, and have the departments identify any costs that could be shifted to next fiscal year to do so. We believe that these austerity measures would help facilitate dropping that number from the $7.7 million in the general fund to something significantly lower than that. With regard to the 3 departments that are non-general fund, the same austerity measures we would recommend be put in place there to try to get the departments to live within their budgeted allotment. Do you have any questions?
Supervisor Hines.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. So, I'm just concerned that, especially with, commentary, we can add a couple of zeros to what the recorder is going through when we're looking at what the state's about to unleash upon us shortly. So I think we should just anticipate some additional problems. But that was not her fault, by the way. The state is screwing the recorder. That's exactly what happened. And I can say that. You probably cannot. So, but I'm a bit troubled. If we do hiring freeze for public defense services, a lot of the, and I don't have the breakdown right this very second, but you can probably tell me that, but it seems to me, we have to provide defense services for people who are on criminal trial, period, done. It's in all of our constitutions. So, and when we don't have the adequate staff within public defense services, whether it's the public defender's office or the legal defender's office or whichever, or there's conflicts or something, they still get that, and that means it's going to way, way, way more expensive outside counsel that has to be contracted with, right? So I think it should be the opposite. Absolutely on the sheriff, bad, not good. I mean, ignoring us. Superior courts, no. But I think for public defense services, it would actually frankly drive the number up for us to do a hiring freeze, at least on attorneys and paralegals and folks that can do that representation that is constitutionally required for us to provide. So I just wanted to flag that.
Supervisor Christie. You're muted, Supervisor Christie. Sorry.
Beg pardon. Ms. Moulton, the Sheriff's Department was in that category, and you mentioned that they were going to be implementing hiring freezes for those departments, including the sheriffs, but that would not apply to street deputies or corrections officers, would it?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, our recommendation would be that the hiring freezes go into place unless those positions were related to the core functions of that department. So a direct answer to your question would be no, they would not affect deputies or corrections officers.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Just to follow up on the point that Director Moulton just made with regard to the core functions of the Sheriff's Department, there are, I don't believe they're permanent hires, but intermittent hires that the Recorder's Office makes to prepare for the upcoming general election. That would not be affected by this, correct?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, no, again, our goal is to not impact the core functions of the department, but to try to squeeze, quite frankly, the non-essential expenditures where we can.
Got it. Thank you.
And Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. You know, with the exception of the Public Defender's Office, the others are elected offices, correct? I just have a problem with I know the Sheriff's Office came forward with like 4 million, and slowly they've been cutting and coming into where they are now. So I see an improvement. With regards to the travel and for us to say, no, you can't, maybe there is something that is critical in their point of view. I think that, you know, we allow the budget to go as is, and with regards to the Public Defender's Office, that's one of our direct reports. I would want to understand, they've increased, they've gone now, I think, beyond what the Sheriff's Office, so I don't understand. I know it's, we have to do it, but I don't understand why. Are they far ahead from where they were last year as far as the overage?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, one of the things that we're evaluating with Public Defense Services, frankly, is that a couple of years ago, and I can't remember, 2 or 3 years ago, we provided a budget adjustment to increase public defense services. There is some discussion occurring about whether or not that was added to the base. And so if it was not, then we have created this problem with them being over budget each year. And we're reviewing some of this right now. They report through Deputy County Administrator Holmes, who is working with finance to see whether that's the core adjustment of what it is we need to do. And what we have looked at historically is that the increase in vacancies in public defense services provides the funding for OCAC or for the outside counsel. But in the last several years, as they have been able, because of increased salaries, to hire more people, they have less vacancy savings, therefore don't have the kinds of dollars they've had historically to provide to OCAC, even though they have needed those lawyers. So we are working with them every day to look at how they're working through their budget. We also had, and Deputy County Administrator Holmes can help me, about 3 years ago, again, we had a rather significant increase to the IT functions in the organization due to how they maintain the record system and how the attorneys are keeping track of all the different cases that are going to court. There is specific software related to that that we were required to buy, and that took a chunk out of their budget as well. Mr. Holmes, is there something else that I've missed?
Chair Grijalva, Administrator Lesher, Supervisor Lee, as we're looking at that, that is one big component here in that 3 million that we're looking at. I know I'm working with our Director Moulton to figure out whether that's even included in the expenditure. So what you're seeing is a tracking of some expenditures coupled with the fact that they still have vacancies that have not, savings that have not been applied to this overage as well.
Oh.
And so it is a moving target. We're trying to hone in on that, quite frankly, to make sure we don't believe it represents quite the 3 million that's currently on the books, just because they have about 33 vacancies currently that have not been filled, right? And so as we continue to kind of finalize that, we should come back with a more firm number. But I just want to echo Administrator Lesher's point is the idea here is that your vacancies savings from attorneys will cover your OCAC, right? But we've seen the last few years that OCAC expenditures have gotten more expensive. We had to entice folks to take those cases, and so we're just seeing the discrepancy there that we're going to try to remedy.
Well, Chair Grijalva, I just, from my point of view, I think, this is a mandate, we've got to provide it. The others are electeds. My preference is to let them, based on where we are, I don't see putting the brakes on any of them.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, when we look at any of these recommendations, they all are, each and every one of those elected officials or department directors has the opportunity to come back and ask for any kind of adjustment or reallocation in some way. So if they come back and say, but we need to go for training purposes to a specific, for travel or something, we can do that. I just think that as we come back to you with these monthly reports, we're trying to make sure that you understand we're looking at every department that's over budget, why they're over budget, and how the finance department is working with them to scrub every single line item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then I just want to make sure that we at least acknowledge publicly that this is looking at general fund line items. And so anything that's part of a grant, travel that's required for a grant,
different categories.
All of that is completely different and not subject to these sort of restrictions. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Chair Grijalva, and if I could go back, Mr. Supervisor Hines as well, we would consider attorneys within Public Defense Services to be part of that critical mission of the organization as well. Thank you.
So one quick.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie.
We've observed the Superior Court kind of not so politely telling us to kick rocks sometimes, and I don't care for that. Can they tell us to kick rocks if we tell them they don't get their, 900,000 or whatever? I'm just curious.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, some of the concerns that we've been dealing with right now with the courts deal with, as an example, I believe the state recently cut $2.5 million related to probation officers and eliminating some 25 to 30 probation officers in the state. That is part of that court's budget that then we work very closely with the courts to see what we can do to make sure that we're watching each of those expenditures. But I think we'd all agree that some of the probation officers, pretrial services, I'll just say as a precursor to some of our budget, it is part and parcel of the $121 million that is passed to us as expenditures from the state.
Crazy. One other thing, and I don't know when would be the appropriate time to do it. We heard from Judge Williams regarding the Ajo Court budget, and I'm wondering when it would be appropriate for me to ask our colleagues to exempt the 2% cut from the Ajo Court. I think it's a pretty nominal amount for our overall budget, but significant to...
Chair Grijalva, if I could, the 2% reduction next year for the Ajo Court is $17,372. I believe, and so I know that the concern for them is not only those dollars for next year, but also we have looked at the 3% cut for the remainder of this year, which I don't even think is that much. So I believe that for approximately $35,000, and that would be a high figure because I'm doubling what we're projecting for next year, you could we could absorb that somewhere else. And you're right, those are significant dollars.
You can take it out of my budget.
Wow, that's thoughtful.
I
Thank
did have
you.
one more thing, sorry.
Wait, let me go to Supervisor Christie and then back to Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know my power is running low on my iPad here, so I'm turning off my video to save power, but I am here.
Thank you. And if you can't turn it on and can do voice vote, you could also call our cell phone and we can have you on
Right.
speaker.
I'm in the process of finding it out.
If it gets bad. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this before my question. I don't see a remediation plan submitted by the sheriff. I believe that's the only department that has refused to provide a remediation plan, which also feels like we're being told to kick rocks. So I don't like that. We're on the same team, right? Is this, everyone else has submitted something, even the courts, right?
Chair, could you have us, Supervisor Hines, Ms. Moulton, did you have some update information?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, the sheriff had been reporting directly to the board via emails. The last formal notification back to you, I believe, was at the end of January. We have been working with them directly every month to try to mitigate their overruns. I'm not sure that I would characterize their failure to submit the form in the way that you did. We have been working with them, and I can certainly encourage them to submit the form as we have all the other elected officials.
And Great. Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, I do think if you look at where we are at the end of March, when they were at about 3.5 million over budget, that is significantly less than we had projected them to be when we started these conversations. And I will tell you, we have been working with them as we chip through that amount. The majority of why they are over is overtime and that's some of the personnel costs. And more recently, if you've noticed, the vacancy rate at the Sheriff's Department is going down as we have been able to increase the salaries primarily for their deputies and correction officers. So my hope then is you will also see a decrease in the overtime.
Any other questions? Supervisor Christie, Melissa just mentioned that if something happens with your power, IT can call you and just have you directly into our phone system here in the boardroom. So if that
Great,
happens.
thank you very much.
Sure. Okay.
Ms. Moulton, I'm sorry, if we could. Ms. Moulton.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, I believe that we need approval to use contingency to cover these overruns.
That's item 15? Back in item 7, that's more, you think you've gone to item 15?
On the addendum, yes.
Yes.
So I would like to, if we could, we're on.
So are we done with this item? This was mostly just information.
Do we need action or simply you heard item 26 is the financial forecast? Then maybe perhaps go directly to addendum item 15 and 16. Addendum item 15
is recommended uses for inflation of contingency, and you already showed us that slide.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Just went over this. I'll go ahead and move up.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. You know, inflation, it's really nothing new. And it's just amazing to me that we couldn't have budgeted better for it. So unless everybody thinks it's transitory, it's been with us for a long time. And I think it's been a factor that we probably should have looked at a lot better than we are at this particular point. That's my comment.
If I may, Chair.
Of course, Mr. Lesher.
But we have always budgeted for contingency, the inflation as a contingency. What we have done this last year differently is rather than have each of the individual departments attempt to identify inflation within the department, we moved all of the inflation contingency into one line item so that the board could, in times like this, allocate portions of that inflation dollars into the department that might need it at that time, rather than, our hope was to become more accurate rather than guessing which department would need how much of the inflation. So I hope we have accommodated that, and we appreciate the consideration of the allocation of these dollars.
And this specifically is, it's broken down in, I think the last graph on the attachment, the revised attachment, has to do with electricity, food, and fuel and oil costs. Okay. All right. So, did I make a motion? I'll go ahead and move approval. Can I get a-
15 and 16?
Oh, sure. 15 and 16 would be budget remediation plan updates. Yes, 15 and 16. I'll go
I'll
ahead.
second.
So I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Hines and Christie voting no.
Wow, we're really starting a trend here.
You know,
We're just getting a little scared.
it's all, okay. So now we're on to we're on to 27. Okay. 27 is the fiscal year 24 and 25 expenditure limitation reports. Ms. Administrator Lesher? Ms. Moulton?
Thank Ms. Moulton, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
27?
27.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, this is a request to designate myself as the Chief Financial Officer and submit the expenditure limitation reports to the Auditor General. It's a requirement every year, and we missed last year, which is why you have two of them on here.
I was wondering. Okay, so thank you. So this is resolution number 2024-22, designating the Chief Fiscal Officer for officially submitting the fiscal year 24 and 25 expenditure limitations reports to the Arizona Auditor General. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Now,
Can you go back to 8?
whichever you like. Oh, let's go back to 71, because that was the one, that was the hearing regarding the rezoning resolution. And if memory serves, there wasn't anyone that spoke in opposition of that item. Is that still the same? Okay. And so Supervisor Scott, did you want to move this?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I will move to close the public hearing and approve the resolution, which follows up on board action taken back in January.
And if you could just read the 2024.
Certainly, yes. It's resolution number 2024-23, P15RZ00005.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. Okay, so now we are on item number 8, tentative budget presentations. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and members of the board. We do have a presentation. I'll just, as a quick overview, what you have before you today is the county's proposed budget for next year. It is a $1,726,493,059. It is down almost 2% from last year, 1.9%, or down some 33, almost $34 million from last year. Again, reminding us that we have $121 million in state cost shifts, or actually at this point, 26.8% of our budget are costs that have been shifted from the state. We have maintained the board's policy of keeping the fund balance at 17% of the previous year's expenditures, and we are proposing to keep the tax rate at the rate as it is this year, with a primary tax rate of 4.0990. You also have in this document a strategic framework that identifies the 4 pillars and goals. I know that I believe it's section F, we've attempted to go through and actually identify, as you look at the different budget items, an icon that specifically identifies which of the 4 pillars speak to that agenda item, so that we can continue to remind ourselves of how we are spending the money consistent with those overviews, with what the goals and the pillars are for the year. The FTEs at this point in this tentative document, while they're up 23 positions from last year, we have been down 5 over the last 6 years and actually have decreased 15% in our number of FTEs since the 2008 peak. And actually looking at our tax rate since 2018-19, it is down more than 50 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. Just a very quick overview, and now I'll turn it over to the finance team to really walk through the budget. Director Moulton?
Can you pull up the slide deck?
Thank you.
That's it. So we've been talking about the recommended budget for 24-25 for the last several meetings. What you have in front of you is a summary of what Ms. Lesher just went over. The recommended budget is for $1.7 billion. It is down about 30 million from the current year. We are recommending no change in the overall tax rate of 5.1048. You can see here that that tax rate breaks down into multiple areas. The primary tax rate is 4.0990, which will generate approximately $775 million worth of primary tax revenue. You also see on this slide the other secondary taxes for the library, the flood control, and the debt service. Debt service has dropped another 9 cents from the current year, and the library and the flood control rates are holding basically flat. They see a small change related to the state cost shifts because of the Class 1 property changes. They impact both the primary and the secondary rates. Overall, this flat tax rate will cause because of the increase in the net assessed values, the average homeowner would see an annual increase in their taxes of approximately $58.50. That is, as I indicated, due to increased valuations, but the rate itself is proposed to be flat. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. This was the general overview. We had gone into detail of the budget at several of the last meetings, but happy.
Can you remind us what the average home cost is for this valuation?
$224,000.
Quick question.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. Regarding the $126 million in accumulated state cost shifts that we're currently dealing with, I know we've incorporated some of those and passed them along to the county taxpayers. What percentage of that 126 million, or a number is fine, are we currently passing along to the county taxpayers? And if we were to, what probably should have been done, pass along all of that to the county taxpayers, what would our tax rate be?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, I don't think I can answer that question adequately at this moment. I know that since the board passed the board policy to shift to include the increases in state cost shifts, we have passed those costs on every year but that first year. So 5.61 million from fiscal year 23 is the only year that we haven't passed them along. That equates to approximately a 5-cent increase in the tax rate.
And Chair Giddy-Hoff, if I may.
Yes,
Supervisor
Mr.
Hines,
Lisher.
to be clear about this, it's only 3 years ago the board established that policy. So I would say the vast majority of the 121 million we were already absorbing, and that's when we sort of snapped the line and said anything else that came from that point.
Right, my back of the envelope is it'd be a dollar, right? It wouldn't be 10, 20, 30, 40. We would be 100 cents higher, roughly, to get to that $126 million in state cost shift. So I think context is important, because I'm proposing that we kick things up 10 cents to be financially, fiscally prudent and do our jobs and not let the state screw our residents as much as they're trying to, kind of. But it should be not 10 cents higher. Honestly, like, if we've been absorbing and passing, if not absorbing, but passing along these shifts for a couple of decades now, the tax rate would be a heck of a lot higher. That's the point I'm making.
Thank you. And I know that once this presentation was over, we were going to move, or we could, at some point before we vote on this item, move to your addendum item. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moulton.
We also included in the, next slide, please, an alternate proposal based on discussion at the last board meeting. What would happen if we were to increase the property taxes, the 10 cents? That would generate an additional $11 million in tax revenue for the general fund. It would increase the average homeowner's additional annual increase would be another $22.41. If the board chooses to move through this alternate proposal, our recommendation would be that any additional budget authority be placed in a budget stabilization fund. The primary reason for that is the state has not yet passed its budget. As Supervisor Hines alluded to, the state has historically moved costs to counties. We don't know what that will be. And since we don't have a window into when the state will pass the budget, that's just an alternative recommendation if you would like to do that. Next slide, please. This is just a short analysis of the primary property tax rates. In fiscal year -- our adopted primary property tax rate is 4.0102. In this recommended budget, the primary tax rate is 4.0990. As we said earlier, this is a $58.50 annual increase in overall taxes to the average homeowner. Supervisor Lee had asked at the last meeting about the maximum allowable primary tax rate. That rate is set by statute and would be 4.7175. To raise the property taxes that high would require a unanimous approval by the Board of Supervisors. There is another threshold. It is the truth in taxation rate plus 15%, which would have the primary property tax rate at 4.4251. That is the maximum increase that would be allowed without a unanimous approval of the Board of Supervisors, meaning that a simple majority could move the taxes to that rate. And then, just again for information, a 5-cent increase in the primary property tax rate would cost the average homeowner $11.20 on an annual basis and would generate $5.5 million increase in the property tax revenue. Next slide, please. This graph shows basically the increase, if we were to take in the far left is where we stand right now at 4.0990, and the far right column is the maximum allowed with a simple majority of the board voting for the taxes. You can see that these are in 5-cent increments so that you can see the steady progression moving forward. What happens to the average homeowner is that if we were to have the 4.990 or the proposed tax rate for fiscal year '24, the average homeowner would be paying $918.51. And if you were to move all the way to the maximum allowed, that truth in taxation plus 15% rate, it would be $991.60. So this is just a graphical representation of how those changes move through at 5-cent increments. The red line towards the left-hand side of the page is that alternate proposal of raising the taxes 10 cents. So it was just information that had been requested, a visual representation of how those two things work in conjunction.
Supervisor Hines.
Could you go back, I'm sorry, one slide? Just, this is, I think, important for everyone to understand, because I'm also learning some of the stuff too. So a unanimous vote of this board seems unlikely. So I believe that we need to look at the truth in taxation rate as you did. So what is that, 4.4? So what is that, 32 and change cents higher than, we can push things up 32 cents, right? Without a unanimous vote, is my understanding based on this information. And just, the legislature hasn't done its dastardliness yet, and I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to probably not be great. So another reason that, I know we'll talk about this a little later, but another reason why I think it's really prudent for us to look at kicking things up a little bit now is because what if, per our own policy, after what happens on June 30th, probably with the clocks covered, so sometime into July 1st with the budget, as I anticipate the legislature doing, as they have done before, what if it turns out we have to bump things up 42 cents based on our own policy for the next year, and now we can't because we didn't bump things up 10 cents this year. That's what I'm saying. So like, it would be nicer to do things in smaller increments over multiple cycles instead of going, oh crud, and having to do a bunch next year and finding out, oh wait, we actually can't do what we have, what we've already approved in terms of board policy because we would have to get a unanimous vote of this board. Although I guess it could be possible depending on the election, but I mean, I highly doubt it. So like, I just want my colleagues to understand that I'm not some just crazy taxing. I just think we need to really be fiscally prudent and understand that these limitations that we're seeing right now make it very difficult to do our jobs and be financially responsible for our residents going forward. If the cost shift from the legislature is so massive, then we could be in trouble.
Thank you. Any more presentation?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
You have any questions? Okay, before we vote on this item, if we can go to item number 8 on the addendum. And this is what Supervisor Hines, I think, has been talking about. This is a fiscal year 25 general fund priorities item to adjust the primary rate. Supervisor Hines, did you want to?
Sure, and I've talked about this and alluded to it at other meetings, but and whether we can set aside the specific priorities, because I think as we heard from staff, it makes a lot of sense to, instead of to do something for specific purposes, given the lack of understanding of what the actual legislature is going to do, the really truly most prudent thing to do would be to simply again establish the budget stabilization fund, just to strengthen our financial position in the face of these kind of unknowns and this potentially very massive cost shift. I just think that we need to, as we can see in the memo, the purpose of establishing this fund is to safeguard against future financial challenges, mitigate increased state cost shifts, and ensure operational continuity. So I completely agree with that. I would honestly think more would be appropriate, frankly. And I would also remind my colleagues that if by some miracle, the legislature and the governor, who of course is on our side, don't do cost shifts, I will be the first one to propose that we go to the administrator's recommended budget and on August when we set this rate, I will also agree that we keep it the same, because that's what I get it. But like, I just think we really need to not kind of hobble ourselves before we know what we don't know. And I'd love to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this too.
Okay, thank you. So would you want to go with this recommendation of the 9 cents or go with the recommended alternative graph that was put forward by Ms. Moulton and the...
And look, the 10 cents is fine. I mean, that's, but yeah, I think that giving ourselves that ability to potentially expend as much as what an additional 10 cents would bring in is prudent. Again, we don't have to do that. We aren't setting the primary tax rate right now, so I think it's important to do it, to look at this.
Okay, thank you. My colleagues have any questions about the budget? Any statements? Because we're going to be asked to move forward.
Chair Grahal?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just
Supervisor.
say that with regards to the 10 cents and the alternative scenario, I would like it to go into a budget stabilization fund rather than it be committed elsewhere until we know what's going on with the state. And hopefully in a month, June 18th, when we do have to set the budget, we'll know more.
Okay, thank you. So no other questions about budget? Okay. So now we're going to go through adopting each individual budget, and it's a roll call for every item. Supervisor Christie is on the phone, and so I'll make sure to take a pause, so in case there's a delay. So this is the Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards. Yes? And this is the Flood Control District. This is the review and adoption of the Flood Control District tentative budget for fiscal year 24-25. I move to close the public hearing and adopt the Flood Control District tentative budget in the amount of, wait, where are we? $18,202,680 at the effective rate of 0.3271.
Second.
Let's have a motion and a second. Does that look? Okay, hold on just a moment. We have an alternative and we have this budget. Which one is the one we're working from?
If you, Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, if you are voting on the alternative, what we did, and I apologize for not explaining this earlier, the 10-cent alternative that we put in place would take into consideration the conversation that we have been having related to the 2023 $5.6 million cost shift. So we layered that in as the first 5 cents. That affects the library and flood control as well as the primary property tax. The other 5 cents was specifically or only impacting the primary property tax in the general fund. So I apologize for that confusion.
That's okay. So what we need to do then as a board is make the decision, I suppose, whether we're going to add 10 cents or not, because then that would decide which numbers I read.
Right.
So.
What does that
we have
mean?
I can make the motion based on my item if you want. That would be.
It's really up to you. I feel like before we move forward, we have to make a decision, otherwise my numbers will be wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I propose.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
I can. Thank you.
Okay, Ed, can you tell me what item I've been in the middle
Okay,
of
so
changing
we,
over?
right, and so what happened is during the budget presentations, Ms. Moulton presented an alternative budget which would add the 10%, 10 cents to the, our tax rate, because we have colleagues on the board that were talking about that. And so as I started to read the numbers, we have 2 different budget adoptions with 2 different numbers. And so we have to make a decision as to whether we're going to add the 10 cents to the tax rate or not before we move forward with individual adoptions, budget adoptions. So right now, Supervisor Hines was going to make a motion, and that's where we are. Is that clear?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we're on addendum number 8. We started to move on to 9 and then realized that we had to make a decision about the 10 cent before we move forward. Okay.
Okay, I've got that.
All right. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. And again, this isn't setting the tax rate. That doesn't happen until August. This is simply setting our maximum level of expenditures to anticipate potentially increasing that tax rate depending on what the state does. So I would move that we go with the presented alternative with the additional 10 cents as staff has described to us and as we see in our materials.
Okay. Thank you. So that's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Lee. Discussion.
Chair Grijalva,
Supervisor Scott.
I am going to encourage all of my colleagues to vigorously oppose this motion. We should not be going to our taxpayers for any additional revenue beyond what was in the administrator's recommendation. The administrator's recommendation would not result in any diminution of services to the people of Pima County. And we need to make sure that we're doing everything to put our own fiscal house in appropriate order before we go to the taxpayers for any additional revenue. I very much hope that we will oppose this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I would just...
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Christie.
I would just point out that part of our job as supervisors is to be good financial stewards. We have just seen $7.8 million in contingency funds approved, and then it's been millions and millions of dollars before then. The contingency fund in this situation where there is no 10-cent increase is $600,000 for this next cycle. That's just not financially responsible. So I hope that my colleagues will consider that we do have a duty to our taxpayers to be transparent and let them know what's going on and not surprise them with these expenses later on.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Christie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this inflationary climate, there's a double-edged sword out there that folks are going to be suffering from if we're going to raise primary property taxes or the tax rate. In addition, they are on fixed incomes. Many in my district are, and many in our county are. And it may seem like just a little bit for an average price increase, but every little bit hurts. And when you have inflation for food items and gasoline and everything else that is needed to conduct either your life or your business or your personal errands and things of that nature, to raise the primary tax rate at this level would be, I think, not only an egregious move, but an irresponsible move. And for Supervisor Hines, who I can see why he's doing this, wants to raise this and talking about a fiduciary arrangement between the taxpayers and the Board of Supervisors. I don't think the things that he's been promoting, the increases in cost, affordable housing, primary education, I could go on with other items that he's been promoting that cost more money, and very cavalier acting that it's only going to cost X amount of dollars, but it's going to be a serious amount of money, and it would be irresponsible. And I think when we talk about transparency, what we really needed to delve into is what we're spending outside and over and above setting the tax rate that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say I completely appreciate why Supervisor Hines is bringing this forward. I think there's a real fear, and it's tangible. It's something that could happen with more state cost shifts coming to Pima County. So I understand the reason. I'm not going to be able to support it because I do think that all of these are aggressive taxes. They're going to hurt a lot of people. And even though it's a nominal amount right now, I think that for the overall budget that we have for Pima County, I'm not in favor of doing this incrementally. The other thing is I think we have to, at some point as a board, have a real conversation about what a bond, what an override would look like for Pima County. And I would rather do this in a full package with full transparency than sort of, and haven't had the opportunity to roll this out to the community as a reality. I mean, the constituents that I've been talking to, based on what I can tell from the board, I've been sort of assuring everyone that we weren't going to be changing the tax rate. So at this point, I wouldn't feel comfortable making some of those changes now. But I understand, and I don't think it's irresponsible for Supervisor Hines to bring the item forward, but I also don't think it's irresponsible for those that vote no to vote no for the reasons that they've stated. So with that, we're going to do a roll call vote on this item. Did you want to speak? Okay, so we're going to do a roll call vote for whether we're going to increase or not.
Okay, Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
No.
Chair Grijalva.
No. Item fails 3-2. Thank you. I'm like, hang on a moment. Okay. So, all right. So then we're going to move on. So now we're on to item 9. This is the Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards for the Flood Control District. I move to close the public. Is anyone here to speak in opposition or in favor of this flood control budget? All right, so I move to close the public hearing and adopt the Flood Control District tentative budget in the amount of $18,202,680 at an effective tax rate of 0.3271.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Just to
Supervisor
clarify,
Scott.
that's the recommended budget.
It's the recommended budget where the 10-cent one had failed. Okay, so this is a motion and a second. It's a roll call for every one of these items, please.
Okay, Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines.
No.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Hines voting no. Item number 10 is the Improvement District Board. I move to, is anyone here to speak on this issue? Okay. I move to close the public hearings and adopt the Improvement District tentative budgets as presented. And those are all listed in the agenda. And Supervisor Scott seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say, oh, I'm sorry, roll call.
Roll call. Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines.
Nope.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Hines voting no. Now we're on item 11, Library District Board. Is anyone here to, this is a hearing, is anyone here to speak on the Library District tentative budget? Okay, I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing and adopt the Library District tentative budget in the amount of $51,495,204 at an effective tax rate of 0.5537.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
No.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Hines and Christie voting no. Item number 12 is the Rocking K South Community Facilities District Board. Anyone here to speak on this item? Okay, I'll move to close the public hearing and adopt the Rocking K South Community Facilities District tentative budget in the amount of $2,726,179.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by... Did you want a second, Supervisor Christie?
It's in his district. It's fine.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, item passes 5-0. Now we're on item 13, the Stadium District Board. This is a hearing. Is anyone here to speak on the Stadium District tentative budget? Okay, I'll move to close the public hearing and adopt the Stadium District tentative budget in the amount of $10,153,658.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 14 is the Wildflower Community Facilities District. This is a hearing. Does anyone wish to speak on the Wildflower Community Facilities District tentative budget? I'll move to close the public hearing and adopt the Wildflower Community Facilities District tentative budget in the amount of $0.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. Roll call.
Why do we have to do this?
I don't know. I was just going to ask that.
Sorry.
We do have to do it. and
Respectfully,
they just
I don't
said-
understand.
They just said, yeah, I know. So I guess there's record that it's a 0. Okay. So roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines.
Yep.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, item passes unanimously. Now we are sitting as the Board of Supervisors. This is item number 15, and this is a hearing. Does anyone wish to speak to the tentative county budget for fiscal year 24-25? Okay, I will move to close the public hearing and adopt the tentative county budget for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $493,259 at an effective tax rate of $5.1048. And please note the exemption of the Ajo Justice Court from the fiscal year 24-25 cuts.
Second.
Let's have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Back in February, in her monthly financial forecast memo to the board, the county administrator said the following: one of the most difficult areas for projections continues to be personnel services. The county has had between 900 and 1,000 vacant positions for the past several years. The general fund accounts for approximately 1/2 of those positions. While the exact positions change, these statistics have remained relatively constant. The vast majority of these positions are fully funded in the budget. Projecting when a position will be filled and calculating the amount of vacancy savings that would be realized prior to filling that position presents significant challenges. As of our last meeting, the number of vacant positions was 950, and that number stayed the same when the vacancy report came out yesterday. Yet, the recommended budget calls for an overall increase in funded positions. Given the long-standing number of vacant positions cited by Ms. Lesher over 3 months ago, our constituents should reasonably question why this is the case. The board recently passed, with no dissenting votes and 1 abstention, a policy designed to address the unacceptably high number of vacant positions. That policy will go into effect the same day the new budget year begins. I know we all hope it has the desired effects. Even given this new policy, it struck me as unreasonable and unwarranted that the recommended budget should call for an increase in funded positions. As noted at our last meeting, there are 12 departments with vacancy rates of 16% or higher. None of those departments faces significant cuts in funded positions within the recommended budget, and 5 of them will actually see an increase. The most significant cut any department faces comes about because some of its positions will be moved into a newly created department. I will vote today to tentatively adopt the recommended budget, but my vote on final approval will be largely contingent on whether or not the number of recommended positions is substantially reduced. As a result, I have asked Ms. Lesher to partner with the Deputy County Administrators to work towards this goal. We must demonstrate to our constituents that we have constructed a budget that ensures delivery of the services and supports they depend upon, but that also ensures there are only as many funded positions as required to do so. One of the subtopics connected with the number of vacant positions is the undeniable fact that some of those jobs are hard to fill. Ms. Lesher has informed me that she is working with the Deputy County Administrators and the Human Resources Department to develop a hot list of positions where we need to take steps to be more competitive in order to attract applicants. I would like to see at least an initial draft of that list on or before our June 18th meeting. It should cite the names of those positions and how many of the recommended positions are included. When I introduced the policy we adopted dealing with vacant positions, I said that fiscal responsibility, accountability, and transparency warranted its adoption. The same qualities should apply to the number of recommended positions in the budget we adopt. By June 18, my hope and expectation is that they will. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. And I do think it's important, I just want to say this from the standpoint that I approved that vacancy policy in order to make sure to continue to allow flexibility within administration, understanding that there are some positions that will remain there and likely unfilled because they've continued to be unfilled because they're hard to fill. And so I just want to make sure that we're not unnecessarily causing a lot of stress because of the direction that was just, Supervisor Scott's statement. Respectfully, I understand the position, but as another individual supervisor, I want to make sure that I publicly say that some of those positions are hard to fill. They will stay there, and I'm okay with that. Okay? All right. Any other comments? Supervisor Lee.
Yes, I would agree with Chair Grijalva that the Administrator Lesher put forward the recommendation. I trust that the deputy administrators have all vetted those positions. I believe the directors of those departments, and from my point of view, I would not hesitate in approving that.
Thank you. Okay. So I think we had a motion and a second, and we're ready for a roll call. All right, and this is again to approve the tentative county budget.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
No.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Hines and Christie voting no.
That's just creepy.
I'm just summarizing the facts here. Okay, so now we are on item number 16, and this is a hearing, the review and adoption of the debt service tentative county budget. Does anyone want to speak on this issue? All right, I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing and adopt the debt service tentative budget for fiscal year 24-25 and the amount of $103,851,301 at the effective tax rate of 0.1250.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. Item passes 5-0. Okay. Okay. Now we are on, I believe we're on approval of the consent calendar. We're back on the sort of normal. Okay, just making sure. All right, I'll go ahead and move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. Item number 18. Does anyone have anything to report as representatives on boards, committees, or commissions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
There was a special meeting of the RTA board the day after our last Board of Supervisors meeting on May 8th. Our next meeting is on May 30th. At the May 8th meeting, there was a presentation of a proposal that was crafted in partnership between Pima County and the town of Sahuarita. I want to very much thank Mr. DeBonis for his work on putting that proposal together. It prompted a great deal of interest from the RTA board members who obviously want to go back and discuss it with their staffs. I am optimistic that we will have a draft plan out for public review soon, perhaps even after the May 30th meeting. Everybody can knock on wood now.
Yay. Here's hoping. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right. So thank you for that update. And now we're going to move to item 22. We've addressed the others. This is the Constable for Justice Precinct 4. I'd like to move acceptance of the resignation of the Honorable Oscar Vasquez effective May 6, 2024.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And this is, item B is a discussion, direction, action regarding the selection process to fill the vacancy. I would actually recommend that at this point, we do not fill the vacancy. Constable Vasquez, based on the report that was provided to us, hasn't been working for several months. I understand that there are some concerns about not filling this position, but I do think that the voters in Justice Precinct 4 will have an opportunity to do that soon, and I'd rather not. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and move that.
Second.
As a motion, and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I agree with what you said because the situation is essentially a wash.
Right.
We had, at the recommendation of the Constable's Ethics and Standards Training Board, had suspended Constable Vasquez until the end of this calendar year. Right. So appointing a replacement is unnecessary. We're dealing with a status quo situation.
Okay.
And one quick.
Supervisor Hines.
So, as you'll recall, Supervisor Bronson and I would always agree on the nature of the constabulary being very, very suspect and frankly unnecessary, vestigial, and I think dangerous. So, we furnish. With the name of we furnish these people with firearms, right? This is very serious stuff, and we send them out into the community. So this is serious, and it does not make sense to me to have this role anyway. But I'm hopeful that perhaps with the help of our contract lobbyists, we can get permission, legislative statutory change to maybe convert to a single constable, like we have a single recorder, sheriff, et cetera, and then have a professional service hired by that one and only elected constable. But I really don't want any, but that would be great if we could get, to do that. So I'm hopeful that we can include that in our legislative agenda if we haven't already.
Chair
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Just to respond to Supervisor Hines, you'd be really interested to hear some of the comments that come from the supervisors in other counties about the position of constable. Yes, and your concerns are widely shared across this state. It's certainly conceivable that topic of eliminating that position could at some point be a conversation at the Legislative Policy Summit for the County Supervisors Association. However, I'm also advised that there are an equally significant number of supervisors and legislators of both parties who would fight that. So if it was something that moved forward, it would be an interesting division of opinion and would not necessarily break along partisan lines.
Okay. So, did I do a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
Yes, I have to disagree vehemently with Supervisors Hines and Scott. If you've talked to any of the constables, they will tell you that the constable caseload is out of this world. It's just unbelievably unmanageable. And what I'm concerned about is that there is some sort of an agenda by my colleagues. Maybe they don't want any evictions or other writs delivered. These are matters of law. They need to be delivered. The caseload is out of control, and these writs and other legal papers are not being delivered, and I think that is a travesty of justice. So I strongly feel and strongly urge that we fill this position.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so we have a motion and a second to move forward and not fill the position. I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Christie.
So wait.
This is to not.
No would be.
This.
If you vote no, it's to not fill the position. If you're voting no, you want it to be filled.
But I vote no.
Okay.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting in opposition. Okay. Now we're on to unfinished, item number 23, unfinished business for the non-competitive outside agency funding for 24-25. This is specific to the county administrator's recommendation to reduce Job Path General Fund annual budgetary contribution from $750,000 to $600,000. I would actually entertain the idea of moving to $450,000 instead of $600,000. I think that that would actually make them, considering the funds that were not used from the previous funding at 350, that would sort of keep them right around there. My biggest concern and issue, I think, is that we've highlighted a lot of concerns, both financial and how Job Path is calculating their success. I think there's a lot of work to be done there, and we potentially as a county are putting ourselves in a position where we could have an auditory, a finding in our audit because of some of the things that have been discovered here and have been made public. So I'm very concerned about that, but I'm willing to listen to my colleagues on this issue. Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, Chair Grijalva, I understand the concerns. I'm a supporter. I think we all are of the general goals of Job Path. I don't want to question that from any of my colleagues. And I read with interest the memo from the administrator dated 5/17 that is noting in pretty significant detail that the work the Job Path staff are doing with GMI to address the compliance concerns, and I believe, it looks like the administrator as well, that and GMI, that I think we're all hopeful that this remediation effort will be successful. I don't really want a reduction at all, as I said last time, but I will be willing to move and support the administrator's recommendation from 750 down to 600,000 if my colleagues will agree to that.
Was that a, I apologize.
I can wait to hear discussion before I make a motion.
Yeah, if you're made.
The motion is to simply adopt the recommendation of the administrator, which is to reduce the funding from 750 down to 600,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. So I'd like to just say a few things, and then, I just want to say that which program is it? Is it the One Stop or is it Job Path? Because clients can receive paid job training and other support services, including rent, utilities, tools, clothing, transportation, emergency assistance, homeless services, childcare, PEEP scholarships, summer youth program, eviction prevention. Which program am I talking about? I'm asking my colleagues. I was just talking about the One Stop, but it could go either way because truly there is duplication. So what I am proposing is that I think my fellow supervisors would agree that there's more need than we've got money. And thus, we can't afford to fund an agency that serves the same population with the same services as our One Stop. And I hope that there's been so much evidence provided that there is duplication. What I said in the May 7th meeting is I asked Job Path to work closely with the Pima County One Stop to determine where there are other at-risk populations that can complement but not duplicate. I also suggested that they work with other nonprofits such as Youth on Their Own, Literacy Connects, Pima Community Colleges, Adult Ed and ESL programs, other high school dropouts, our charter schools, veterans in low-pay and low-skilled jobs. We recently received some information from the MEC that there is a significant amount lowering of the number of applicants through the Pell Grant. So we know that there's a great need there to assist high school students in completing their Pell Grants and going on to post-secondary education. There's just too much need to duplicate. So what I would like to propose is an amendment to the current motion in that we approve job path at $450,000, that the $150,000 difference be given to the CWD to look at above WIOA clients, just like Job Path is able to do, and that we also ask the county administrator to decide where is the best, which department or which organization in the county is best suited to be the one to monitor Job Path. That it not be this Board of Supervisors' decision, but the county administrator's decision.
Okay. So you were suggesting, Supervisor Lee, that the amount stay as recommended, but what would be the specific,
No, my amended proposal is that Job Path be awarded $450 in general funds, and that the program be moved to competitive outside agency process. The county administrator decide how to provide continual monitoring, and the $150,000 left from the original recommendation of $600,000 be allocated to Pima County One Stop to provide additional needed assistance to clients above the WIOA level of poverty.
okay, I'll go ahead and second that substitute motion.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, she asked for a friendly amendment to the original motion?
Right.
Or-
Were you asking for a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Or, okay, so that would be both Supervisor Hines and Scott being willing to do that. And if not, then you can make a substitute motion.
I just respectfully would like to see this motion voted on first before I accept any lower amount. So I do not accept, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, that's okay. So then did you want to move forward as a substitute motion?
I would like to move forward as a substitute
Then I'll
motion.
second. So then we'll vote on this substitute motion first, and then if that fails, we'll go to the original motion. Okay. One of the things that I think is important to look at and make sure that everyone is well aware of is in the memo dated May 17th. On the second and third page, it outlines pretty clearly the corrective action. And I just want to know, regardless of whichever way we vote, that these compliance requirements 1 through 7 are going to be required of Job Path regardless of the amount of money that's allocated. Does everyone understand that? I just want to make sure that we're not in disagreement on that one. And then I want to understand if any of these things do not happen. So if, for example, monthly invoices are not submitted for complete and timely manner on the 30th, that they submit their monthly invoices for payments and organize alignment, respond to invoice clarification within 5 business days. What happens to the payment for that month? Are we paying on a monthly? Are they receiving quarterly? Are they receiving the entire amount? I guess I want to understand what happens if this does not occur. Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, if that is the direction of the board, we can put that in the new contract. Because I believe at this point, there's monthly requirements and then there's payment. I don't know that we necessarily withhold the check until that's in, so we can clarify that, just get that specifically done. It may be, just make sure that's in the new contract.
My understanding is that's been one of the concerns.
Okay.
Is that the backup documentation, is it submitted, so we pay the invoice, but then are sort of waiting for the information. I just want to make sure that this gets all cleared up, and that one of the reasons why I supported Supervisor Lee's motion is because I do think having Job Path have a extra support of the case managers and outside agency would be helpful, because that's one of the things, as a former outside agency organization that received funding, we had people monitoring all of our invoices every month. If there was any question, we had to quickly respond. Otherwise, our invoice wasn't paid. And so I think there is accountability on both sides with that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for a reduced amount, and then reallocating the $150,000 to One Stop.
Chair Grijalva.
CWD, correct? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Supervisor Scott.
I'm not going to be able to support the motion in its entirety, but there are components of it that I certainly would be willing to talk about if depending on the outcome of the motion.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion and a second, so we're voting on the substitute motion put forward by Supervisor Lee. Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
No.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
No.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. So item fails 3-2. So now we're back to the original motion, which is the one that is submitted to $600,000. And you wanted to make a comment, Supervisor Scott?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grijalva. I agree very much with the part of Supervisor Lee's motion where she was asking the county administrator to determine which department should best oversee our contract and relationship with JobPath. And I would like, by way of direction, to ask her to report back to us on that. And similarly, I would like, and I mentioned this to Dr. Greif earlier, and I mentioned it to the county administrator earlier. We've been getting memoranda from JobPath. We've been getting memoranda from CWD. I would like to get a joint memorandum from CWD and JobPath that addresses what each one of them is going to continue to do, and also focus on areas of future collaboration. This board, this county has been investing in JobPath since its inception. And we've also obviously invested a great deal of resources into the many fine programs within CWD. I think working in partnership, the two entities can do a great deal of good on behalf of a large number of Pima County residents. And I would like to see that joint memorandum developed and would ask the county administrator if she could follow up on that. And then the only other thing I would add is when it comes to the contract with JobPath, and I don't know when that is going to be coming to us, the annual contract, I'm going to reiterate something that I have said before in several different contexts, which is that I think the contract needs to address this year diversification of the funding base.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Hines.
Supervisor Scott, did you want to add any of that to the motion as a friendly amendment, or do you just all want that all to be by way of direction?
I just did it by way of direction. I don't know that I need to do it by way of a friendly amendment. What would you say to that, Ms. Manriquez? Or is that a question to you? I'm sorry.
No, my question actually was about this joint memorandum. What is it that we're trying to address? Like, we're addressing potential partnerships, but I do think that we really have to address some of the concerns.
Yes.
Like those to me are the ones that are the most critical. And I do have a concern about JobPath indicating that they think that Pima County's GMI questioning of JobPath documentation and reporting is more rigorous than any of its other funders. I think that that's the wrong kind of angle to come at it from, because respectfully, there's some serious concerns for Pima County, and this is what we have to do in order to prevent a negative audit finding of us. So I think that it's important that we do that, but I also think it's important to put some safeguards in there in the contract that if, JobPath goes past a month, without getting proper documentation, if there's something going on here, that there is a pause on the funding and the checks until we get the documentation that we need to make sure that everything is, according to the corrective action plan. Would that be something that
Yes.
either of you would be willing to add into the contract?
Sure.
Okay.
Chair Grijalva, I absolutely would, because I think Director Kelly made a really strong point in one of her memoranda that if JobPath were to adopt consistently some of the practices that GMI is sharing with them, that it would be helpful to them in more ways than just following up on the immediate concerns.
Well, but then they would also become a low-risk oddity, which I think is that would be a good thing for everybody.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Lee, did you have something?
Chair Grijalva, we still haven't, I don't think, dealt with the issue of duplication. And so that's why I had suggested that JobPath work very closely with CWD to identify at-risk pockets that they could then begin to assist. Because I do think that, yes, there is more need than we have money for, and I just outlined just some of that need. I would hope that my colleagues would agree that we really want to move away from. If you took a look at what the report said, you've got almost the majority of JobPath clients in CWD. They're in both systems. So I would like to suggest that they begin to look at other non-duplicative areas that I mentioned, or that JobPath and CWD says, JobPath, this is an area that we know there's a high need, and so that's why I want them to work together.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I really appreciate Supervisor Lee's comments, and I would ask the county administrator to ask that joint memorandum that I was requesting from CWD and JobPath address the issues that my colleague raised, along with all the other ones.
Okay, so we have, anything else? We have a motion and a second, correct? All right, well, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Supervisor Christie?
Aye.
Then aye, okay, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Lee voting no. Okay, thank you. All right, so if we could look at, items, let's see, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, anything, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, right there. How's that, 31 through 42? Can I move all of those?
Second.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie?
33, 34,
He wants
35, I want, and 41. I want to.
You're messing up my whole flow of numbers there, sir. All right, well, can we go ahead and move 31 and 32? I'll go ahead and move those two.
Second.
And Supervisor Scott, second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Item numbers, can we take 33, 34, and 35 together?
33, 34, and 35 together.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move all of those three. They're all for peeps.
Second.
And Supervisor Scott, seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Items number 36, 37, what was the other number you wanted to pull out, Supervisor Christie?
41.
Okay, so we'll go item I'm sorry?
We can go 36 through 40.
Okay, that's what I was going to do. I'll move items number 36 through 40. Can I get a second? A Supervisor Hines seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes Is that a yes or a no, Supervisor Christie? Aye? Okay. Sorry, it's just, there's a little delay there.
36 through 40.
Okay, so item number 41. There is a disconnect there, yeah?
I'll move the item.
For item 41, and I'll second. Discussion? Okay, so we're moving item 41. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Can we move items 40, where are we? 42, 46, 48, and 49.
Second.
Okay, I have a.
Moved.
Okay, then I'll second. Supervisor Christie moves, I'll second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Where are we now? Items 53 through 57? Oh, 50, I'm sorry, 55 was removed from the agenda. So it's 53, 54, 56, and 57. I'll go ahead and move those items.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Did we do that? All these? Yeah, no? Okay, we're on 58. Did we do? Okay, so can we do 58 through 66? Okay, I'll go ahead and move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion?
No, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I want to pull 61 out, please.
Okay, so we'll move items 58 through 66, excluding 61. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. Item number 61 is acceptance of grant management and innovation. I'll go ahead, and this is for shelter and services. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
It's a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. And just to clarify, Administrator Lesher, this is the 21 million that we said we were receiving.
That is correct.
Okay, great. All right, because there was some question about when we were receiving that money, and here it is. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Discussion?
Okay.
Can we have discussion?
Sure. Go ahead. Supervisor Christie, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's just you're breaking up a lot, so go ahead.
Okay. I still am unclear when and how we're getting this money. If you look at the purpose in the background, it says Pima County has received notice of funding availability specific to Pima County and submitted its budget as requested by FEMA. Pima County has not yet received the formal grant award notice. GMI will forward the grant award notice when it is received. It states again that Pima County has submitted its budget as requested by FEMA. Where is that budget? It's not in the background. And what I'd like to know is, what is it that we're approving here? We haven't received the money. We've gotten some kind of a notice that we are, but we haven't received the formal grant award notice. And how is Pima County paying for shelter and services now? We were told on March 31st we'd run out of money, and if you base $1 million a month $1 million a week burn rate, we should be out of pocket $7 million if what we were told that we were running out on March 31st was true and correct. So we don't have a budget about how this money is going to be spent in the background, and we don't know what we're approving because it doesn't stipulate as to when we're going to be getting the grant. And how have we been paying for the shelter and services since March 31st?
Okay, Administrator.
And how much is
Chair,
okay,
Pima County out of pocket?
Administrator Lesher.
Where do I start? If the board approves item 61, that is the contract, and then we can receive the dollars from the federal government. The budget has been submitted for $21,872,581. That is the budget. I'm sure we can since we have it and we've provided it, we can make sure that the board receives that. We need to approve the acceptance of the grant in order to receive those dollars, so they will come. The question about how we've been spending money is we've indicated our anticipation was that if we continued at the burn rate of $1 million a week, we would run out of dollars by the end of March. And we, to ensure that the county never spent money that we had not received, we indicated that we would be ending the program at that time. Subsequently, the burn rate decreased significantly. We did not receive the same number of individuals, which was in excess of 1,000 a day. The number of individuals received and the amount that we were spending on food and some of the internal services decreased. We have been able to stretch the dollars that we received in order to continue operations. And now that if the board does allow us to receive the next bucket of money, we will be able to transition into those dollars without tapping into the general fund at any point.
Okay.
Madam Chair and Administrator Lesher, if you read the retroactive in the background, the retroactive states, yes, while period of performance begins October 1st of 2023, Pima County is requesting to utilize funds beginning May 1st of 2024. How does that set?
I don't understand the question.
I'm not understanding completely in that we are in May, and so what we're looking at is can we begin, if I may, Chair Grijalva, I'm
Yes,
sorry, and
please,
I can get the specific layouts from grants management. We are continuing, we cannot have one funding source. We can't blend those dollars. These are the new SSP dollars. They'd be starting in May. We are spending at the, continuing the end of the initial dollars that we had received. I'm happy to provide information to the board that shows very specifically where one bucket ends and the other begins.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, if you look at the grant amendment information, it says the commencement date is October 1st of 2024. Yet we want to draw down on money we haven't received on May 1st?
Chair Grijalva,
Yes,
again,
Administrator
we continue to spend the end of whatever dollars we have remained from the first bucket.
Right.
We had, out of an abundance of caution, felt we would be ending the program because of what the burn rate was at that time. And then, which is why we were working so hard to make sure that additional dollars came in. The choices were either end the program or receive additional funding from the federal government, which we've received. Again, happy to provide specific information about when one program ends and a new might begin.
Okay. Thank you.
And you'll be able to present the budget that shows where we're spending this money?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor
Pima?
Christie, we can send you the budget that we have submitted to the federal government that you are now, if the board were today. Yes, we can send it to you, and what you have before you is, once the board approves it, would be what we had submitted to the federal government. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lesher.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. Now we're on to the addendum. Item number, the Board of Supervisors sitting at other boards, Flood Control District. Item number 6 and 7. I'll move both of those items.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. I believe we have item number 10, Tucson Country Club Estates Fire District. I'll go ahead and, this is a resolution number 2024-25, ordering an increase in the number of members of the governing board of the Tucson Country Club Fire District. I have a legal question as to whether we can do that. Order an increase in the number of a fire district. This is just the first I've seen like this, so. Administrator Leisure, or Mr. Brown,
Chair.
it's item number 10 on the addendum.
Yeah, Chair, I'm not sure if this district has governing documents that we'd have to review, but I don't know of any prohibition.
Well, I guess,
This was requested by the fire department, and it's permitted by law.
okay, so, all right. Bless you. Did you want to go ahead and move the item? Wait, can you? Okay.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second, and this is for the resolution number 2024-25. I guess I'm just wondering why this item didn't come through the clerk's office as opposed to an individual supervisor if it's being requested by the fire district. I just had never seen one of these come through the board offices. Am I wrong? Okay. Well, not in my experience anyway. All right, we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. Item number 11 is a lack of access to affordable dwelling insurance in wildfire-prone areas. This is requesting that the Board of Supervisors send correspondence to Governor Hobbs and the Arizona Department of Insurance, financial institutions, to address the lack of access to affordable dwelling insurance. This is an item brought forward by Supervisor Christie. Did you want to add anything to that, Supervisor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, it's not just a District 4 issue. As my colleagues pointed out at the last meeting, several of them, if not all of my colleagues, are experiencing constituent concerns over the availability of fire insurance in their homes, for their homes, as well as a shocking increase in the premiums. And I do want to take the time to thank Supervisor Lee for sending some suggestions and kind of working with us on this issue. I know she's got some interest in the situation as well in her district. But basically, what we're asking for is that that you, Madam Chair, work with the county administrator and generate wording that would be effective on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, that we can send to Governor Hobbs and the Arizona Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions Director, as well as our legislators, to start analyzing and looking into this issue, because it's becoming to the point where people's homes are exposed without insurance, or they can't afford to pay the premiums. And I'm not sure what can be done immediately about it, but I think we need to start the process of investigating it. So basically, what we'd like is for you to, Madam Chair, generate a letter and on behalf of the entire board to these institutions to affect this matter.
Okay, well, since this is the first time I'm being directed to do anything, I think what I'll do is we'll go ahead and Administrator Lesher will draft a letter and then send it out to all of you so you can have some input, because I don't want to send something out and then it not represent what your request is. Does that make sense?
I think it does, and I think the county administrator knows what kind of wording is going to be needed to start this analysis.
Oh, okay, thank you. So do we have a motion?
So moved.
Oh, we can just, okay, we have a motion, a second by Supervisor Lee. Discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. And then we're on, 17. I thought this item was getting pulled, and so I'm sort of confused.
So Chair Grijalva, board
Yes.
members, so the clerk's office did receive letters from all of the 3 board members. They're rescinding their resignation letters. So I believe we can remove this item.
Mr. Brown, yes? Okay, so we're just gonna not take any action on 17. And then 18 and 19, I'll go ahead and move both of those items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously, and our meeting is adjourned at 3:20. Thank you all. Happy graduation. Safe graduation for everybody.
I'm going to
I thought we went.
Blowing wells one.
6 hours.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, maybe it was 6:40. Yeah, I thought it was.
So fun. I'm going to Pueblo.
Oh,
And Tucson High. I know.
both of them, they're not.
They're different days. That's the thing. TUSD did that, which